name's Jackie. I'm a member of the chaplaincy team at the RD&E, and I think you've all seen quite a few of us now. And I'd like to start by thanking the Lord Mayor and his colleagues for inviting us to start these meetings, which is brilliant. I've been a member of the RD&E chaplaincy for about 8 years, and has just been said I'm a little bit unusual because I'm not religious, I'm a humanist. I'm part of a growing group of non-religious healthcare chaplaincy volunteers and professional chaplains, and it's very excited to be included in the RD&E chaplaincy and to be here today. As a humanist or non-religious person, I don't pray, so I won't be using prayers or blessings today like some of my colleagues might. But like a lot of non-religious people, I do see the value of thoughtful reflection, meditation, and quiet. For instance, the very famous humanist philosopher Bertrand Russell said the following: "If we spent half an hour every day in silent immobility, I'm convinced we should conduct all our affairs, personal, national, and international, far more sanely than we do at present." Although I definitely see the value of what Russell says, I think it might be a bit much to be silent for half an hour today, but I'd like to spend a short time in quiet. So I'm going to finish with 2 short thoughts from humanist thinkers, and then I'll be quiet for a little while for contemplation, and I hope that'll be okay with everyone. I think these authors' ideas are relevant to the work you all do here, where you recognise the value of all people and try to make life better for people who live together in the Exeter area. You do this because you see that our relationships with one another are so essential for a good society. The first quotation is from the French philosopher and writer Simone de Beauvoir, and she said this: "One's life has value so long as one attributes value to the life of others by means of love, friendship, indignation, and compassion." And the second is from the author Margaret Atwood, who said, "One person alone is not a full person. We exist in relation to others." So just have a moment of quiet contemplation. Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jackie. I believe you've decided to leave the meeting, which I don't blame you. So. Okay, so before we formally commence this evening's business, can I please remind all members of the following. Please remain focused on the topic being discussed. Please don't repeat points that have already been made. Please avoid interrupting other councillors and respect the position of the Lord Mayor. Please indicate, if possible, by show of hand. I will then call you as appropriate. Please remember that this meeting is being recorded live on YouTube, so members of the public can see and hear what is being said and decided. I will now formally open the extraordinary meeting of council, which relates specifically to the council's budget for the forthcoming year. The first item on the agenda this evening, at agenda item 1, offers the opportunity for members of the public to ask a question. I can confirm that 5 public questions have been received. Therefore, I would like to ask Sharon Whitgrave to come forward to ask the first question.
Hi there, my name's Sharon, and my question is, in the Wellbeing Exeter video, a councillor states, Wellbeing Exeter brings people together to work in partnership, to collaborate, share ideas and best practices. Do the councillors have a plan for Wellbeing Exeter to work with citizens' advice to ensure that residents can access specialist and accredited advice and information?
Thank you, Sharon. Leader?
I'd like the portfolio of the Councillor Pearce to answer this question. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Pearce.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. If I may, I'll just stand this way so I'm not back to the question. Thanks for the question, Sharon. Nice to see you. So, Wellbeing Exeter partners already signpost people to information and advice service through Citizens Advice and other organisations, both online and in person. And we expect that to continue as the new Wellbeing Exeter programme moves forward.
Is there a formal process?
I may intervene a second. Sharon, you do have the right for a supplementary question that relates to the answer that you have just been given. So, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes.
Please. If you would finish, Councillor Pearce. Yeah.
So my supplementary question is, Citizens Advice offer expert tribunal service, expert benefit advice, we're FCA registered for debt advice, and have a court team for the housing, etc. Is there going to be any formal arrangement for Exeter Wellbeing with Citizens Advice to ensure that our residents get the service that they deserve?
Councillor Pearce.
Yeah, thank you, Lord Mayor. Discussions are ongoing between the Council and Citizens Advice. There will be more in the future. The short answer to that is yes, there will be explorations to make sure that the citizens of Exeter get the support that they need in all of those areas, if possible. Yeah.
Thank you, Sharon. We'll move on to the second question from Carolyn Naylor. If you'd like to come forward and ask a question, Carol.
Good evening. The Dix's Field office space has issues with damp, roof structure and plumbing. If Citizens Advice relocates due to high rent charges, do councillors realistically think they will find alternative tenants at the same rate, given the number of empty office spaces in the city?
Leader?
Again, I'd like Councillor Pearce to give the answer. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Pearce?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Hi, goes to Christmas past, isn't it? Seeing lots of old faces tonight. So, thanks for the question. The repair of the flat roof is scheduled to take place during 2024. So, if Citizens Advice were to move out, we would make that information available to any new prospective tenants. So, they will be fully aware of the situation in terms of repair and anything else that needs to be sorted out.
Carolyn, do you have a supplementary that relates to that answer? No? Thank you very much. So we'll move on to the third question, which is from Joe Oliver. Joe, would you like to please ask your question?
Hi, good evening, Lord Mayor. Evening, everyone. Yes, my question is on the same topic, actually, the Citizens Advice Service, and it's basically asking if the council has considered the impact of a loss of funding on the Citizens Advice Service and the services they provide, particularly the benefits tribunal service, the court repossession services and advice they give, and the impact of Citizens Advice potentially no longer having an office in the city centre.
Again, Councillor Pearce, portfolio to answer, please.
Councillor Pearce, would you like to respond?
Yeah, thank you, Lord Mayor. Joe, nice to see you. So the council intends, hopefully subject to ratification of our budget this evening, to make an award of a grant of £75,000 to Citizens Advice for the following financial year. How that's spent is a matter for the management, trustees and chief executive leadership team within Citizens Advice Exeter. In respect to the central office location in the city centre, There have been at least 2 previous offers of alternative cheaper premises made in Vice Exeter. Sadly, neither of those were taken up. I mean, we're quite happy to discuss, and I'm sure, and I know discussions have been ongoing about alternative facilities, and we're happy to speak about that in the future again.
Joe, do you have a supplementary that relates to that?
Yes, just on the subject of premises, could I just ask who would actually make the decision on if there was a possibility of any rent grants or reductions in funding on the current building? Would that be yourself, Martin, or would that be Councillor Bialik, or would it be a particular person amongst the officers? Thank you.
Councillor Bialik, I believe you
Any application for a grant will be treated within the normal process, and it would come through myself and the Executive Committee, and obviously to Council at the appropriate time, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Leader. So the 4th question is from James Banyard. Would you like to come forward and ask your question?
Recently I reported pavement flooding due to a drain blocked with leaves. DCC said that they would clear the gully, but that leaf sweeping was an issue for ECC. It was hard to know what to do next. How can coordination between ECC and DCC be improved?
Thank you, James. Leader?
I'm going to ask Councillor Ruth Williams, who's the portfolio holder for this, to give a response.
Councillor Williams.
Lord Mayor, following my colleagues addressing the audience, are you okay for me to do that as well? I know we should be doing things through the Lord Mayor. Thank you, Lord Mayor. James, thank you very much for this question. It's one of those thorny issues where you're quite right, there are sort of different responsibilities that overlap. So you did exactly the right thing in reporting the issue to DCC. And then they said to you, you need to report these sweepings to ECC. So in those sorts of situations, yes, it's a double reporting job. And we do rely on the public's eyes and ears for those sorts of things for us to be able to react quickly. So the advice I've got from our sweeping team is that every road within Exeter is on a mechanical sweeping route, and visitation is scheduled between 6 to 8 times a year, dependent on the location. So if there's an enormous sort of leaf drop just after that visitation, clearly you could have an issue. So that's when it's really important that the public then report that. Okay. With regard to just clarifying what DCC's responsibility is, their gully clearance programme, they clear the gullies on average once every 3 years. Okay, so not as often as we get out and about. So this programme generally ensures that standing water should drain within 24 hours. If the standing water remains in place 24 hours after the rain has stopped, or when there's a speed limit of 40 miles per hour or above in force, the issue should be reported to DCC to take action. I hope that clarified things for you.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. James, do you have a supplementary that relates to that answer?
Yes, please. So, yes, it sounds like it's important that the public are the eyes and ears or to tell you what's going on. But I wonder what practical measures could be done within both councils to ensure better joined-up working for things like this, so that it's not so confusing for the public.
Councillor Williams, would you like to respond?
I think what we need to do is look at our website information to see if we can put in some additional information to guide the public as to what they can do and where they can report this information. So I'm very grateful for you drawing it to our attention. Thank you.
Thank you. And then the 5th question, please can John Butler come forward? Thank you.
Good evening, Lord Mayor, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the opportunity to ask this question. I'm chair of the St Thomas Allotment Association, which has over 700 tenants and over 8 sites in the St Thomas district. So, and we've been working closely with the other allotment associations, so I also kind of think I can speak on their behalf and the concerns of the proposed 40% hike in rent. What I'm referring to are some reports. The Exeter City Council report states that the current level of subsidy to allotments is £15,400, which is expected to rise to above £25,000 in 24-25. The proposed rent increase, 41%, nets £21,400. Can Exeter City Council provide financial evidence to justify the excessive increase in required subsidy, which is going up by 65%, when something over 60% of the gross cost is salaries, and I think your wages haven't gone up by that amount, and how the current rent is being spent.
Thank you, Leader. Would you like to
Councillor Ruth Williams to answer the question. Thank you.
Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Butler, for coming this evening, and to your fellow allotmenteers for coming as well to listen to your question and answers. The first thing I need to say is I think using percentages to describe what's happening can be a bit misleading. And so to reassure people that what we're actually talking about is that most people have a 5-rod plot, that's sort of a sign. And what this works out as is 33p a weekly increase, 33p a week for one with water, 32 pence a week for a plot, 5-rod plot without water, and 31p for those senior citizens who are on legacy plots. So I think that puts it in perspective. In terms of the allotment report and the expenditure, the way that it works is that we predict on current expenditure. Okay, so they're actually looking at each quarter in turn and then the annual cost as well. So that we forecast what those costs are going to be, making allowances for inflationary uplifts are applied only to pay electricity and insurance. Other costs are expected to remain largely stable as is income. And as ever, inflationary costs for materials are unknown, but these will be monitored in year. And the allotment team will be provided with a breakdown of budget forecasts on the Council's FAQ page, so that allotment holders can review the forecast in depth. So I hope that was that for you.
John, do you have a supplementary that relates to that answer?
Can I make a quick statement? I think I understand, Councillor, the number, a small amount it says, but people now, with hardship, financial hardship, are suffering. You talk about...
John, under the standing orders, you only have the right to a supplementary question, so it relates to the answer you've just been given. So if you wish to phrase your question in that way...
Well, can I ask then that the committee or the council takes strong measure to look carefully at the metrics they use to evaluate whether it goes to, and not just use monetary terms, but also the social welfare, well-being kind of aspect of what they do, and that people will suffer, the less well will suffer from this, and will be allotments for the people who can afford it, not the people who actually, well, a lot of people are using it now. Thank you.
Would you like to respond, Councillor Williams?
John, the answer is yes. Not only have we been running consultation, but I've been getting lots of emails from a number of people, including your allotment association. It's all been taken in where we've had a number of questions which we've tried to clarify through the frequently asked questions page that we've now put up on the website. So I think all of that is influencing our thinking and the way that we are planning ahead. So thank you very much for all the contributions that we've had. They've been really, really valuable and important. So please be reassured that yes, it's not just the monetary thing, it is people's well-being that we are certainly finding. You know, it's really, really important. So thank you. Thank you for coming tonight, all of you.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. So that brings us to the end of the public questions on this particular meeting. And before I move on to agenda item 2, two councillors have declared a pecuniary interest this evening, Councillor Snow and Councillor Harvey. I've been advised that you'll need to leave the chamber, I'm afraid. So I can see that you're both in the balcony at the moment, but you'll need to leave there, I'm afraid. Thank you. Thank you very much. So the next item on the agenda is item 2. Members of the Council's 2 scrutiny committees, a combined scrutiny meeting was held on the 7th of February 2024. The minute extracts from that meeting, namely minutes 4, 5, 6 and 7, are included on the agenda. On the agenda are for members to note. I would remind you that there will be an opportunity to ask any questions of clarification of these minutes at the ordinary meeting of Council later this evening. So we will now move on to agenda item 3. Is this a point of order, Councillor Moore? Yep.
Lord Mayor, in the combined scrutiny meeting, there was a recommendation which was carried, which should be voted on, I believe. This is in minute 5.
My understanding is that that was a recommendation to the executive, not a recommendation to council, so there's no need to vote on it tonight. So moving on to item 3, at agenda item number 3, which is which is minute extract 11 of a discussion relating to the 2024-25 budget by the Executive at its meeting held on the 9th of January 2024, the details of which are set out on your agenda papers for information. You may wish to leave making any comments from the Executive minute extract to the ensuing debate on the 2024-25 budget on agenda item 4, which I am now going to move on to. And so agenda item 4 relates to the 2024-25 budget, and the details and recommendations are set out on your agenda papers. I will now call upon the leader to introduce the proposed budget for the 2024-25 period. I understand that Councillor Wright will second the recommendation. Councillor Wright, Councillor Wright, do you wish to speak now or reserve your right to speak at a later point in the debate?
I'll reserve the right to speak with them.
Would you like to propose, but you haven't proposed yet, Lee?
I'll propose the budget, Lord Mayor, and it's been seconded. I'll wait for you to.
Thank you very much. That makes it far clearer. I also wish to confirm that in accordance with Standing Order 10, subsection 7, I have been informed that the Progressive Group have given the necessary notice of their intention to move an amended budget. Before we enter into a debate on the budget, we shall take these amendments, debate and vote on them. May I just advise that the right of reply at the end of the debate for the mover/seconder of a motion should address only those points raised during the debate. I invite Councillor Diana Moore to propose the amendments from the Progressive Group.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I would like to propose the following motion from our group. First of all, an amendment to the capital budget. We wish to see investment in improving recycling and food waste service. We need to address the £6 million funding gap of the £8 million that is required for this, for the materials reclamation facility over the medium-term financial plan. And we also wish to establish a doorstep glass recycling service. In order to do this, we would sell the Civic Centre, achieving a minimum of 2.5 million capital income. And we'd reallocate £100,000 for the repair of the Civic Centre door access requirement, because the Civic Centre would no longer belong to the council. We'd fund the remainder by using unallocated community infrastructure levy money and undertaking a review of the community infrastructure levy budget of projects which have been underspent or allocated resources which have not yet been used, in order to prioritise investment in the MRF and doorstep glass recycling collections. Our second amendment is service improvements over the medium-term financial plan. We'd look to improve efficiencies and cooperation between councils, negotiate a move of back-office functions to Devon County Council offices, or failing that, another property within the City Council's portfolio. Operating costs are assumed to be similar in terms of overheads and reduction in and covered by a reduction in office space requirement. The move would be funded by £100,000 of the additional revenue grant received from government and funds from the sale of the property as required. In terms of investment in customer services, we'd look to move the City Council's Customer Service Centre to an empty shop in the Guildhall Shopping Centre to provide an accessible and welcoming public face, and regenerate an empty shop in the Guildhall with an anchor tenant, the council. The set-up and overhead operating costs will be funded by the unearmarked surplus from the Guildhall Shopping Centre. We'd also undertake a review of leisure services with a view to that being put onto a stable financial basis over the lifetime of the medium-term financial plan, with the aim of it becoming cost neutral. Our third amendment would be service improvements for this year's budget 24-25. In regards to the allotment service, to invest £40,000, we would reverse the 24-25 in-year allotment fee increase, which is shown as £20,450, and spread this over 3 years, so that the fees cover the service costs over a 3-year period. We would assume 5% inflation each year, and this would create an addition to the medium-term financial plan of £15,000 to 26-27. We'd invest £24,969 in allotment improvements in discussion with the allotment holders. And both of these points will be funded by the £40,000 received from government in additional revenue grant. To reduce administration costs, we would enable a direct debit service to be set up for the payment of fees. We'd introduce a deposit scheme equivalent to 3 months' rent, except for those in receipt of any benefits, which would be forfeited should a tenant be evicted due to non-cultivation. Forfeited deposits would be reinvested in allotment improvements. And we would investigate the development of new allotment sites on HRA land for council housing tenants, using funds from the unlimited HRA working balance. We'd also look to invest in street cleaning, allocating £67,770. This would be funded by an increase in the all-day car parking charge, car parking fee by £2, which is the price of a single bus fare in zones 1 and 2, and in zone 3 by £3, which would take an all-day ticket to £8. This is expected to generate £67,770, which would mitigate the cuts and invest in being able to be invested into street cleansing services. We think there should be investment in flagship parks and green spaces, and we'd look to invest £43,575. And this would be done by extending the charging periods on a Thursday evening for the John Lewis, Guildhall and Mary Archer's car parks to align with the charges for those car parks on every other night of the week. This would generate £25,605. And we'd also reallocate the budget line for a chatbot. This is £17,970. All of these would be invested in the city centre parks and green spaces infrastructure and planting. And finally, ensuring a well-run council. We would look to appoint a part-time scrutiny officer, grade H, £22,920, to improve the scrutiny arrangements of the executive and across all council services. This will be funded by a 50% contribution from each of the HRA and the General Fund and an unallocated surplus for each fund. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Moore. It is my understanding that Councillor Michael Mitchell will second this amendment. Councillor Mitchell, is that correct?
I'll second and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you very much. We will therefore move to the debate on the amendment. Yes, please, Councillor Hannaford.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I will be voting in favour of this amendment this evening in all of its various permutations. I think it is obvious that we need some new ideas and a fresh approach to leading and managing the City Council. I think the sale of the Civic Centre is a bold move, but I think it's one that we've seen coming now for some time. The one phase is out of order, and it's becoming more and more empty. You go in, you don't see many people in there anymore post-COVID. So I think that makes a very sensible suggestion. And as I know with another hat on, there's plenty of space at the County Council for the City Council to fit in. And I think, again, we've seen that with the NHS and other public bodies at the County Council. I think the idea of having a pop-up or even a permanent base in the Guildhall is actually a brilliant idea. I think that does really ground the council's functions within the main shopping precinct. I think the Guildhall Shopping Centre is the main area of footfall now rather than Prince's Hay, so I think that's a good move, particularly as we obviously own it. And I think there have been concerns about the accessibility of the Civic Centre through COVID and afterwards, the opening hours and how readily available it is. I am concerned about the allotment charges. I think it's too much too soon. Obviously, you represent allotments in St Thomas, and therefore, I would be inclined, obviously, to listen to you. But I do think that it is too much too soon. The amendment deals with that because it phases in the changes in a more sustainable way, which I think is very correct to do. And I agree with the deposit schemes and other matters there. As somebody who used to have an allotment at Guy's Hilton, the issue about cultivation can be, if you pardon the pun, a thorny one about how many flowers you have, how many vegetables you have. I wasn't a very tidy allotment holder, but I'm probably very biodiverse, but I didn't use chemicals on there, particularly on things I was going to eat. The street cleansing issue, again, is a big issue that local residents talk about. Dare I hope that we might have some bins replaced that have been taken away as well, because that is an issue. I know who knows what that investment might bring. The parks and green spaces, again, I think that is a very worthwhile issue. We all know we're struggling to get particular investment in our play areas, which has been lost with the changes in SIL. And I think the big issue here is the final issue, and that is the scrutiny. Scrutiny has not been right at this council for some years. We've lost staff to other councils, neighbouring councils. We've lost investment in scrutiny. And I would already describe scrutiny, despite even my own best efforts as the chair of the scrutiny, as SINO, scrutiny in name only. And as I've said to the leader before, and I'll say it again, his administration is only as good as the scrutiny it gets. The administration shouldn't fear scrutiny. It's there to support executive members, it's to work with them, it's to give them a chance to talk over ideas. I'm not criticising Councillor Bizarre because I know he shares these broader views himself, and I'm not criticising the role that he has played, obviously. However, it does need a desperate reboot because it isn't happening. And in order to I think, achieve and generate the culture change that this council really needs, we need to get scrutiny right. And at the moment, it's not working, so that needs more investment. It's been overcut previously, and we need to put money back in to make sure that there's transparency at this council. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hannaford. Would anyone else like to speak? Yes, Councillor Fulham.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm very pleased that this amendment has been thoroughly thought through. I think it better reflects the priorities of citizens of Exeter. It's certainly been made very clear to me that the expectation is the City Council should play a major role in keeping the streets clean as a basic function of the Council, and this amendment mitigates the reductions that have been made. I appreciate the Council's got a challenging situation. Looking at the revenue support, the medium-term financial plan, when this Labour Council took over in 2010, it was 16.58 million of resources. I appreciate now it's coming into 19 million, which although is an increase in nominal terms, doesn't quite keep pace with inflation. But I think probably more significant are the other lines in the budget, such as the debt interest of approaching £4 million in the coming year, which back in 2010 didn't exist, and in fact there was a £300,000 budget for investment income in those days. So question marks really have to be raised about how the council has got into that situation where it's spending such a large proportion of its money servicing former debts. In terms of the pressures in the budgets themselves, the leisure budget has not really been looked at in any great detail, Lord Mayor, and I think it should be. When we're asking allotment holders and there's a subsidy for the allotment holders been removed, and I'm really pleased the amendment addresses this and mitigates the issue. It doesn't make it go away, but makes it a little bit even more palatable in the short term. But I'm looking forward to the leisure service washing its face, because last year was £2 million subsidy for the leisure service, and we appreciate that with such large investment in capital assets of the leisure service, there's obviously a reluctance to cause that to be not viable. But I would refer back to Councillor Peter Edwards, who back in 2015 told us that he was we're not building the facility to subsidise it as used to happen in the past with swimming pools, but we're building it to support the city centre and be a money spinner which will help us to pay for other services for residents. That was in 2015, when the budget was going from 20 million to 26 million, and justified on that basis. So I do look forward to the time when the swimming pool actually is a money spinner which can actually subsidise the services and enhance the ones that we had in 2010 and which we're subsequently losing. So on that basis, Lord Mayor, I think we should support the amendment in the knowledge that it's not what we want, but it's what we have to deal with in the circumstances that we've been dealt. And I encourage everyone to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fulham. I have Councillor Holland and the Deputy Lord Mayor, so Councillor Holland.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. A word about the budget, the revised budget, the budget that's been proposed. A word about the beleaguered motorists in this city. One of the funding strands of the budget that's been proposed is to uplift the car parking charges in the city. This is what I'd like to say on that. Ratcheting up the car park fees and charges is an unfair plan to plug funding gaps. We've seen extended hours of charging and charges which were previously free of charge. Some years ago, charges were brought in 7 days a week, and my personal view is that's a tax on Sunday worship. The proposed increases in this alternative budget unfairly targets people who are not able to switch to expensive and unreliable public transport. Our bus services here in the city are not always convenient, affordable, or practical. During my time as Lord Mayor, I addressed the convention of the small and medium-sized enterprises in our city, and the one thing that they asked was that DCC froze or reduced car parking fees. The retail trade in our city is struggling, and further punitive charges will see more loss of custom, jeopardising the shopping experience for visitors and Exonians alike. Motorists are seen as an easy target. Rises should be fair, they should be proportional, and not inflation bashing. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Holland. Deputy Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you. I'm so delighted that we've heard this budget amendment, and thank you so much, Councillor Hannaford, for your contribution to this. I wholeheartedly agree that what we need here is a fresh set of ideas, and that's what's been presented. And I love the way that you called the idea to have a welcoming face in the heart of the Guildhall, in the form of the council, being an anchor tenant as a brilliant idea. Of course, we're home to all sorts of brilliant ideas. That's just one of them. I want to speak a little bit about the allotment rises. The consultation stated that all ideas are welcome, but it's really clear from Appendix 4 that the decision to implement the fee rises is a fait accompli, given that the £20,450, including inflation income figure, is shown in the income generation line. We've been told it's a given that the service should be cost neutral. So our proposals, using the unexpected additional government settlement, show a fairer way of doing this over 3 years, account for inflation, and even allow for some investment in allotment infrastructure. We know, I'm sure every councillor here has been contacted by email, quite rightly, by residents, by allotment holders, absolutely up in arms at this sudden price rise, which many of them have still not received their personalised letter informing them of the rise as it relates specifically to them, let alone been consulted on ideas. And people across the city, across demographics, across all sectors of societies who hold allotments in the city have been telling us of the substantial benefits of well-being, of community building, of keeping food production local, which contributes to this city's net zero aims. These benefits cut across demographics and sectors of society. Holding and tending allotments, as Councillor Hannaford and many of us up here do, is something that we need to encourage and have more of going forward, not less. This is why we have found a way to stagger the price rises over several years, which is a much fairer way of doing it, and invest £25,000 in allotments. This is just one reason I really hope all members tonight will support this budget amendment. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. Do we have any other speakers? Yes, please, Councillor Rees.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'd like to also support the budget amendments, but speak briefly about parks and green spaces. I am confident that everyone here highly values the parks and green spaces in Exeter, and we know that they support the Council's overall strategic plan for their contribution to the well-being of our communities, to enable healthy and active lifestyles, and contribution to the biodiversity in the city. However, there is currently no strategic plan for parks and green spaces. There's one from 2005, and I know there was a consultation in December 2020 to inform the new policy, which is still in draft form. What I would like to, why I wanted to say a few words, I think it's really important that we have strategy in place to inform budget decisions so that we can make the necessary investments, developments, or decide what needs to be cut. But we currently don't have that plan for parks and green spaces, and it feels to me that that isn't prioritised in the way that I actually believe we all want it to be. It doesn't feature, for example, on the front page of the Exeter City Council website. There are 13 areas that we could click on, the public can click on, and parks and green spaces is not one of them. So I would really like to make sure we have the funds to be able to fulfil the vision and ambitions that I'm sure will be coming in our policy. I know it's in draft form, but I'd really like to see that policy so that that can inform our spending and we can invest in something I know we all feel really strongly about. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Rees. Anyone else? No. So, Councillor Mitchell, would you like to use your vote?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. That's what we would call an energy efficient debate on this one. I'd particularly like to speak to the amendment item 4 regarding to scrutiny as a Deputy Chair of Scrutiny. A council is only as good as its scrutiny process. Without professional scrutiny support, the work of our 2 current committees is hampered, to say the least. It is not the job of committee clerks of clearly defined roles to undertake providing the support and input required to ensure we speedily and professionally carry out scrutiny tasks. In the past, when our alternative budgets have been voted down, we've seen proposals we put forward taken up. So I hope the administration is listening this evening. Be it planning enforcement officers in the past, which was no. Was it charging for pre-planning advice, which was no. Both have now taken place. The thrust of all the items mentioned this evening from our side and from the independent benches are about stated priorities of this council. In essence, protecting and delivering basic services and improving governance and accountability and restoring, most importantly, community confidence in this council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. Councillor Moore, would you like to sum up on that debate?
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor, and thank you to the councillors who contributed to this debate. And I'm saddened that there aren't any from the other side, and our Labour group haven't commented at all, even to say how appalling our suggestions are. However, they are offered in the interests of improving council services, so I'm hopeful that you will consider following up on some of these ideas. And I thank Councillor Hannaford for being open to such ideas. Councillor Holland, you talked about the beleaguered motorist, and the proposal in the amendment is about an increase in the all-day fee, and the Thursday evening fee. It's not across all the car parking fees, and if you note in the amendment, it's actually pegged to the price of the bus fare, which is £2 and £3 for the outer area. So it's not more expensive than a bus fare. And I'm sure the people who come in for all-day parking will value the opportunity for going to visit our parks and gardens in the city centre that will be improved as a result of the investment. I thank you, Councillor Fulham, for pointing out that the amendments are about reflecting the needs of our citizens. I feel that there is no use for the council to sit on underused assets and unused developer levies when there are really important services that are needed on the doorsteps of our communities. Councillor Rees, I do feel that you make a really important point about investment in strategies to inform how we spend our money. It's really important that we have positive solutions and really focus our investments well as a council. And as Councillor Mitchell points out, we need a well-run council because we need to spend our money wisely in services that matter to residents and our local environment. So I very much wish that everybody will support this amendment to the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moore. As the mover of the original motion, Councillor Bialik has the right to speak prior to the vote on this matter. Would you like to speak?
Many of the issues raised will be raised in the speech and response. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Leader. So therefore we will now move to the vote, which will be a straight vote of for, against or abstain. So I'll hand over. So all those in favour of the amendments, please show.
Lord Mayor, point of order. This is a budget issue. Does it not have to be a recorded vote?
No, not on this. This is an amendment to the budget. It's not recorded at this stage. We will have a named recorded vote when we come to the substantive motion.
That's 9 in favour, then.
All those against?
It's 23 against, Lord Mayor.
Any abstentions?
That amendment has been carried on, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. We shall now return to the recommendations set out on the front sheet of your agenda, which was proposed by Councillor Bialik and seconded by Councillor Wright earlier. Councillor Bialik will now speak, and then I will open the debate. Leader.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And hopefully I won't disappoint. That look of disappointment may not carry through for the rest of the meeting. Lord Mayor, the Council's finances remain tight. The cost of inflation means that the cost of providing our services is increasing by more than we are receiving in additional funding from central government. The Council is also receiving less income than expected. As a result, the Council needs to either reduce its costs by making efficiencies and/or cutting the services it provides, or it can increase the fees and charges on services that it provides. By law, the Council must deliver a balanced budget where there is enough funding available to cover all the costs. For the year 24-25 financial year, we have identified proposals to reduce the budget or generate additional income totaling 1.4 million. No mean feat. Much of this will come from changes to our back office functions or the way we deliver our services. There are some choices that may affect the way services are delivered to the public, and unfortunately this is unavoidable. The bigger challenge for the Council comes in 25-26, when 3.8 million of additional income or reduction in services will be required. This will require a significant review of the services we provide, and we will consult with our residents and communities and businesses to ensure their voice is heard ahead of making any decisions. I shall be paying particular attention to our capital budget over the forthcoming years. As we know, this is an important element of what we do, but we have had to scale back it significantly because of the cost of borrowing. We are in the main only dealing with health and safety issues, but of course situations arise that we need to deal with, and we need to build capacity if at all possible. We have 28 bridges, 1 Roman wall, 1 river, and a canal as assets. I'm not looking to add a further bridge to that at this moment in time. Funding for these types of assets is provided to other public bodies, and the cost of maintaining and enhancing them are not included in our funding. As a result, there has been a disproportionate impact on our costs. And with high interest rates, the cost of borrowing are very high and require even further reductions to our services. Exeter is certainly not alone in facing these challenges. They are being faced by every local authority in the country in the current financial climate, and everyone will be well aware of the high-profile cases of councils reporting severe financial difficulties. Fortunately, due to good stewardship from our officers, this is not a position Exeter finds itself in. Despite all of the challenges, Exeter continues to be a successful and prosperous city, which is performing well and has much to look forward in the years ahead. So, Lord Mayor, before I set out the details of our balanced budget, I'd like to take a few moments to highlight how we are delivering our 5 key strategic priorities. These are a prosperous local economy, a healthy and active city, housing and building great neighbourhoods and communities, net zero carbon city, and a thriving and in culture and heritage. We continue to be successful in supporting a prosperous local economy. Exeter is one of the best performing cities in the country for economic growth. A summary of findings from the Centre of Cities report, the City's Outlook 2024, shows Exeter as the 3rd lowest claimant count in the country, the 5th lowest of levels of residents with no formal qualifications in the country, and the 5th highest housing stock growth. Exeter is amongst the top 10 out of 63 UK cities for low climate count, population growth since 2012, low levels of residents with no formal qualifications, housing stock growth, public funded service jobs, and new economy firms. We continue to collaborate with our key partners, like the University of Exeter, who recently opened a new innovation hub in the city centre aimed at supporting businesses and entrepreneurs. It harnesses the university's world-leading research and education, working in partnership with organisations of all types and sizes to create a greener, healthier and fairer future. Last year, the council successfully integrated the Guildhall Shopping Centre into its portfolio of properties. We are continuing to develop its offer in recognition of the contribution it makes to the city centre viability. It even became one of the first locations in the country for the popular return of Wilco's. Footfall in the city centre remains healthy, and we continue to work with partners like in Exeter, the Business Improvement District, on a range of new initiatives to ensure its continued viability. Work is now commenced to demolish the former Exeter bus station, a building I know very well and visited in 1964, and I hope to see the end of it very soon. Clearing this site will remove an eyesore and paves the way for a significant future development on this site. Safety in the city centre is paramount, and I'm pleased to say we have completed the modernisation of a CCTV operation and increased coverage in the parts of the city. This includes 180 new high-definition cameras installed in 80 locations across the city. We continue to talk to the business community about the impact of car parking charges on our city centre. There will be a 5% inflationary increase from this autumn. As Sunday is the quietest day, we will review Sunday parking charges to encourage shoppers and visitors to visit the city centre on this day. We will review Thursday evening charging to support night shopping. Also under review is introducing the 1 hour charge for Zone 1 car parks to support the business community for shoppers picking up and dropping off parcels and for appointments. Again, this shows we are listening, and that is why it is important to consider all car parking charges very carefully. A healthy and active city is our second strategic priority, Lord Mayor. It has become another successful year for the Council's leisure service, which has almost 11,000 members in our city. St Sippel's Point continues to win awards and recently celebrated its 2 millionth visit, an incredible achievement in just after 18 months of opening. Our leisure app has now been downloaded more than 58,000 times, and that's not by me, by the way. Our GP referral scheme is extremely popular and currently running at full capacity. Adult swim lessons are fully booked at St Sippel's Point. We are in the forefront of developing new sports like pickleball, with more than 250 people making around 1,500 bookings at Wanford and Riverside in the first 6 months. And Councillor Wood will explain what that is in detail if you choose to approach him after the meeting. A significant amount of work has taken place over the last year to reduce the cost of delivering leisure service from 3.8 million to 2.2 million. Further cost reductions proposed for 2024-25 are on track to be achieved. It is fantastic that Exeter has been announced as a host city for the Women's World Cup in 2025. Momentum will now start to build ahead of that tournament next year, and there will be a huge drive to grow the women's and girls' game around the city, which I very much welcome. Being active is important for the health and well-being of all our communities. We continue our partnership with Sport England through our Live and Move programme to help those facing the most barriers to being active in our city. The team have been working closely with Inclusive Exeter to deliver a programme of activities from our culturally diverse communities. Inclusive Exeter's Summer Festival attracted more than 600 residents to Wanford. A significant national lottery funding has been secured for the next 3 years. Work continues with the trustees at Wanford Community Centre, and we hope to be able to submit a planning application this summer. Our third strategic priority is housing and building great neighbourhoods and communities. I'm also pleased that our award-winning extra care facility, Edwards Court, named after the previous council leader Peter Edwards, is fully operational and occupied. This is really a fantastic facility, and I'm delighted that it has become so popular with the residents who live there. Last year we successfully let more than 300 homes via Devon Home Choice. We recently introduced a tenants portal providing 24-hour access services. Our housing team has also recently introduced a leaseholders voice group, a tenants group to review housing performance and complaints, a new council housing strategy and a new tenancy strategy and policy. We also continue to deliver against the homelessness strategy action plan. We delivered match funding and secured 13 homes via the local authority housing fund for Afghan and Ukrainian families throughout that conflict. The wider rollout of the retrofit scheme programme for all council housing continues. Approximately 700 properties have been completed and a 4.1 million grant funding secured to date. Our retrofit programme has been recognised with several top awards during 2023, and it is great to receive this national recognition. The safety and well-being of our tenants and leaseholders is of course paramount. Working closely with our contractors, we have checked more than 3,800 smoke detectors, more than 5,600 carbon monoxide detectors, and inspected and in-serviced more than 4,500 gas boilers. Our target for affordable housing to deliver 500 properties is over the next 10 years. Progress is currently being made on the site for 21 passive house flats at Hamlin Gardens. The planning team recently completed widespread public consultation on a full draft of our local plan. The Exeter plan and further consultation will take place later this year. Our land charges service was nominated again for the best customer service in the National Land Information Service National Awards. Our building control service was nominated for the best team in the local authority building control national awards. Our SIL team has overseen the approval and implementation of a revised SIL charging schedule following consultation. We continue to support our residents and communities through the cost of living crisis, Lord Mayor. The Council has been using the Household Support Fund allocation of £675,706 for 23-24 to deliver support to low-income residents struggling with the cost of living. Last summer, direct awards were made to 1,759 households, totalling £312,700. The remaining funding is being distributed via an application scheme which will run until the end of March or until all the funds have been spent. So, a further £220,000 has been awarded to the 1,100 low-income households. The remaining Economic Vulnerability Fund is providing immediate relief to people who have become financially vulnerable in the cost of living crisis. Almost £30,000 have been distributed to more than 350 vulnerable households since April of last year. The Council Tax Support Fund Scheme 23-24 has helped those residents to get local tax support but still have a balance for the council tax to pay for 23-24. More than 6,227 households have received help, and our priority is to ensure that all funding is used by the end of March of this year. Lord Mayor, the Exeter Community Grants Programme for 24-25 was recently agreed by the Executive, and I am so pleased that the Council has allocated £275,563 to fund a new core wellbeing Exeter programme for 24-25. allowing this fantastic organisation to continue with its crucial work here in Exeter. Our grants programme has injected more than £880,000 into the community over the last 4 years, an incredible achievement in my view. We continue to support communities by providing fantastic facilities for residents to enjoy for free. We have a rolling programme of playground improvement which has proved extremely popular with parents of young children. The refurbishment of Exeter's water play in parks across the city is ongoing. The splash pad at St Thomas has been refurbished, and we invested in a new service to ensure that it will be operational for years to come. This year will see the start of the Heavitree Pool development. The project is out to tender and it will be awarded by the end of February. There will be a second consultation so that community can inform what the final design of the water play area will be, and then works will start later in the year. A large part of the council's additional £140,000 recently announced by government will go towards improvements in the public realm, which are so important. Under consideration are a number of improvements, including new entrance signage to our parks and green spaces, biodiversity projects like the major bulb planting programme to enhance our wildflowers and uplift the small play areas, and anti-littering signage in partnership with local schools. These are just a few of the projects currently being considered, and we look forward to developing these ideas more fully. Achieving net zero carbon city remains another key strategic priority for this council and group. We lead on the development of an installation of new £3.5 million worth of water lane smart grid and storage project, the first of its kind in the region. The project now powers our electric fleet of vehicles, the recycling centre and offices with green energy. Battery storage was also installed at other existing council solar PV sites. At the Matford Centre, the John Lewis Car Park, and 120 kilowatt solar PV array and battery store at the Riverside Leisure Centre. The cost savings over all sites included in the project are estimated to be something like £256,000 per year. We generate large amounts now of renewable energy across 13 sites in this city. As well as cutting carbon emissions and helping towards net zero carbon, this increases energy security and provides protection against future price increases, which as savings help to support our council services. We have continued the rollout of the food waste collection service, distributing 44,000 caddies, enabling 22,000 households to be part of the scheme. Between April and December of last year, more than 1,000 tonnes of food waste was diverted away from residual waste to anaerobic digestion, where it ends up in a soil improver and fertiliser. The rest of the city will be rolled out once we complete the works necessary to handle the large quantities of food waste which we will be collecting. Work to manage and support the growth of Exeter's treescape and canopy cover has been ongoing. Exeter's current canopy cover is about 20% and above the national average. Over the course of 2023, we planted 107 trees across the city's open spaces to extend that cover. Work to increase biodiversity at Northbrook Park is well underway. That was a good idea. Our partners, Devon Wildlife Trust, have already planted 50 trees for a community orchard alongside 3,800 native bulbs and 400 native hedgerow whips, with a further 500 planned for later in the year. We have made a commitment to protect this important green space and increase biodiversity, and I'm very proud that we've been able to do so. Allotments has been mentioned, Lord Mayor. They are indeed a great asset to our city and much loved by our residents. Over the last few weeks, we have been consulting directly with allotment holders on ways to enable the service to be self-funding. This has generated many alternative suggestions to balance the allotment budget. We'll be working these through in detail. We are listening to what people say, and it is clear that the consultation should continue. So, Lord Mayor, I can announce that we will be extending it further for a 3-week period until Friday the 15th of March. We will fully and carefully evaluate all the replies, respond to allotment holders with our proposals. I can also announce that if there does need to be an increase in charges, because many good ideas have come forward, and as I said, we need to evaluate them, it will be phased in over a 2-year period. We will use unallocated funds to cover any shortfall in the budget for this year. This demonstrates, Lord Mayor, that we have listened to our allotment holders, what they are telling us, and I very much welcome all the comments and suggestions that have been made so far. Our final strategic priority is a thriving culture and heritage. Culture continues to be very important for the city, and even in difficult times, we continue to fund facilities that add both to quality of life and the economic prosperity of our city. The number of ticketed shows at the Corn Exchange and the number of tickets sold both reached an all-time record in 2023. Overall income earned at the Corn Exchange was close to £1 million, the highest ever achieved. The popularity of the Corn Exchange is clear and obvious. We are very proud of this venue. That is why I'm happy to announce tonight that it is our intention to allocate £50,000 to install a new lift at the Corn Exchange. This is a much needed improvement which will be welcomed by users. 2024 is Exeter's 5th year as a UNESCO designated City of Literature. The city is now home to 5 Arts Council's national portfolio organisations: Exeter Phoenix, Exeter Northcote, our own RAM, Libraries Unlimited, and the UNESCO City of Literature. They are the cornerstone of Exeter's cultural life and are very much valued by all residents. Recent research showed that the RAM helps bring in at least £5 million annually to the local economy. Welcoming more than 200 visitors a year, the museum plays a key role in attracting people to our city. It provides an important civic space, a place where people can come for connection with their shared history and each other. As the cost of living crisis continues, it remains a place where parents can educate and entertain their children for free. These discretionary services are not something that we have to provide. We choose to because they are the difference that makes the quality in life so good in Exeter. Delivering the key strategic priorities I have highlighted relies on ensuring a well-run council. Our new customer service strategy will enhance how we serve and interact with our residents and was adopted following public consultation. The aim is to transform our services to be more accessible, efficient and focused in ways that meet the expectations of our customers. Our internal One Exeter programme is transforming the way our staff work, and recent highlights include a new green travel plan, employee wellbeing support, staff support groups, a value and behaviours framework, performance and development reviews for all staff. For some time now, we have known the city centre is costly to run and not necessarily the most suitable space for the council going forward. We have let office space in phase 1, which has generated an income. I have already, some time ago, instructed our officers to draw up plans for alternative accommodation options in the civic centre, which maintain a city centre presence but make better use of our existing assets. Outline plans have been drawn up and a project team is being set up to ensure that the council's needs are met. I expect to be able to reveal more details of this in the near future. We are also in the process of carrying out the senior management restructure. This will ensure we can deliver our priorities, implement our ambitious transformation programme, provide an excellent customer experience and lead a well-run council. In summary, we are transforming the way we work. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the staff involved in this process and to all the staff who day in, day out work tirelessly on behalf of this city and for its residents. And their dedication is appreciated by me and I feel sure all councillors in this room. As I have outlined, we continue to deliver our strategic priorities and continue to shape together with our partners a great city with a fantastic quality of life. Despite all the financial restrictions imposed on us by central government, our residents can rest assured that we will continue to do so. Lord Mayor, I now come to the details of the budget itself. The cost of living crisis has been a challenge for all residents and businesses in our city. Faced with the highest taxation burden for decades, increase in fuel prices, utility bills, increase in our shopping bills, and of course, increases in mortgages and rents we all have to pay. We have suffered an increase in inflation of over 15% increase over the last 2 years. Yet household incomes have not matched this. Inflation is thankfully reduced, but those price increases are now baked into all our costs going forward. I propose the recommendations, Lord Mayor, set out in the papers before you in terms of approval of both revenue estimates, the capital programme for 24-25, which will result in the setting of a district council tax of £180.37 for a Band D property for a whole year. This is an increase of £5.24 per year for a Band 3 property, around 10 pence per week. Again, well below the rate of inflation for this year, Lord Mayor. So, on the basis of a Band D property, the Exeter City Council rate is £180.37. The Devon County Council is £1,468.08. Devon County Council as Adult Social Care, £247.59. Devon Cornwall Police, £274.50. And next to us, at the bottom, Devon and Somerset Fire and Rescue Services, £99.68, making a total Band D bill of £2,270.22. Residents of Exeter, when you receive that bill, please remember the amount that's coming to this City Council. Lord Mayor, I so move the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. We will now open the debate. Yes, Councillor Pearce first.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I speak in favour of this budget, and we had a quote earlier, so I'm going to start my contribution with a quote as well. Mine's not a newspaper cutting from 9 years ago, though it's from a live stream of a meeting about 9 weeks ago. In it, Councillor Fulham said that the Labour Party in this city came in to be a dynamic, ambitious authority who wants to do stuff. Well, what does that mean? It actually means that we've invested. We've got on and done stuff in this city. We've not waited for government to come and level up. We've built train stations, bus stations, leisure services, council homes, amazing extra care facilities that are named after Councillor Pete Edwards, as the leader said to earlier. We have got on and we have done stuff, and we're going to keep on doing stuff. We're going to keep investing in our city because it's the right thing to do. The residents of Exeter deserve to have access to the best quality, whether that's in the Ram, St Sidwell's Point, a wonderful bus station, or any of the other things like the underground passages that we invest money in this city. We invest money as well in our parks. I heard earlier that we don't do that. If you go out to Westgarth Road, the Residents Association out there are absolutely, they're flabbergasted. They're so happy that not only have they had more weather footpath built over the last couple of years, they've had new play and gym equipment put in, and 5 of those 107 trees that have been planted in the last year are now the beginnings of a community orchard in that park. So we're absolutely doing that. We're going to continue to do that. The main focus of my contribution though really wants to be around the areas that I'm responsible for as a portfolio holder. I'm so lucky to be able to be responsible for the communities and homelessness prevention services in this city. As far as the community grants programme is concerned, the leader has already expressed how big it is, and I'm really pleased that we're able to continue that. In addition to the £880,000 that's been spent directly to community organisations over the last few years, there's millions, and it is more than £1 million has been spent delivering services through Wellbeing Exeter, through Citizens Advice, who are so well represented here tonight, and through Exeter Connect, and we'll be continuing to do that. One of the biggest shocks I ever had in this role was about just over a year ago now, where Devon County Council and the NHS just turned around and said, that's it, we're walking away. Wellbeing Exeter, it's done. They were the biggest funders of it. And then we were all going frantic. What can we do? How can we save this amazing organisation, the legacy of which is superb? And thankfully, it will now continue because of the efforts that we've managed to go to as a city council to find the funding to ensure that, yes, sadly, it is a slightly reduced service than what it was this year, but it is in place next year. There's a new system built so that there can be bolt-ons, so it can build back up to the amazing organisation that it has been up until now, if we can find alternative sources for funding. That's £270,000 that we're going to continue to invest through that into Wellbeing Exeter. It's absolutely amazing that we're going to be able to do that. Citizens Advice, we're able to offer them a grant that's not conditional on any service level agreement like their previous contract was. It's a grant for them to do with us they wish, of £75,000 for the next year. That's a minimum level of funding. As I said earlier in answer to the public questions, there's negotiations ongoing, there's discussions happening where we think there might be additional areas that we can contract directly with. But £75,000, that's more than twice what any other district council delivers for their citizens advice service in their areas. And I think that's absolutely fantastic that we're able to do that. Absolutely incredible. So please vote for the budget just on those 2 reasons there. The fact that we're able to support citizens' advice to that level, more than twice any other district, that we're able to save Wellbeing Exeter and ensure that that continues on. I'm not going to talk on too many other issues because I'm sure many other people will want to come forward and speak as well. But we're going to keep investing in this city, we're going to keep building, we're going to keep delivering for the residents here. That's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pearce. I have Councillor Parkhouse and Councillor Dizzard so far have indicated. And so firstly, Councillor Parkhouse.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Unsurprisingly, I will be voting in favour of this budget. I think first I'd like to just paint a picture of the national state of this country at the moment. So bear with me because it's not a very optimistic view. So since 2010, debt's increased, interest rates have increased, growth is stagnant, and public services are on their knees. In December 2023, an LGA survey found that 1 in 5 council leaders and chief executives in England, thankfully not ours, thought it was very or fairly likely they'll see a Section 114 in the next couple of years, and half weren't confident that they'll be able to have enough to fulfil their legal duties for this financial year. So I'm really pleased that we're not in that camp. It's been a real struggle for us to put forward this balanced budget, but as we all know in our training, one of the first things we learn as councillors is the importance of us passing a balanced budget, and I'm really pleased that we're able to do that and we're not in the financial situations that many other councils find themselves in. This council though, as Councillor Atkinson raised in the last council meeting with her motion, has had more than 50% of its budget cut since 2010 in real terms, and that has had an impact on the services that we deliver, but we've protected residents from the impact of that services. And just some of the highlights from the leader's speech: the leisure service, how successful St Sybil's Point has been, Edwards Court now fully occupied, retrofitting our social housing and reducing bills for our most vulnerable residents, as well as helping residents
who are care leavers, with waiving their council tax, and low-income residents and refugees. We've got a strong cultural offering in the city, and staff are winning awards for the services that they're offering. And we're investing in our play parks and splash pads. And I'd just like to say a little bit about the net zero commitment that we've made. We're leading the way with our green energy production, saving the council £250,000 a year. And I'm really happy to hear that the £140,000 of extra money that we've got this year will be invested in parks and green spaces and biodiversity projects. I was really happy to be involved in the Northbrook planting recently and planted 2 fruit trees, and it was a lot harder than it looks digging up that soil, but I'm pleased to have a little bit of input into that. And finally, that we were independently rated as one of the top 5 district councils for net zero in the country, you know, against a lot of other councils who are doing fantastic work. And personally, I've seen a lot more, just to say a bit about street cleansing, I've seen a lot more street cleansers on our streets since the restructure of the service, which I've been really happy about, and so have residents. And I just want to say that, you know, we are delivering in Exeter in the face of these terrible Conservative government-led cuts, and we're holding back the impact of those cuts to the residents, to the most vulnerable, and the impact of the ongoing austerity to the people of Exeter. So I really implore everyone here to vote for this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Parkhouse. Councillor Vizard, and it will be Councillor Ruth Williams and Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I too would like to support the budget tonight. As we've heard, the financial pressures on this council and all local authorities are severe. The pandemic, costs of energy prices, interest rates, inflation, all up, and as we said, embedded for many years to come. So this is incredibly challenging. None of us came into this role to be cutting things, but it's remarkable actually that through the sound financial management of this council over the years that we are in the position we are in, that we can still offer the range of services we've heard about tonight. And I'm very clear where the vast bulk of the blame for the cuts of the state of our economy, which impacts this council and others, lies. And I do hope that in the months to come this year we will see a different government nationally in the UK. I wanted to say very briefly on CCTV, which I welcome hugely. It was something I championed very strongly. It's an incredibly important service. It's not a statutory requirement of this council, but I'm incredibly pleased that it has been championed, and the leader and the deputy leader in particular have run with that. It's a real advantage for all the people of Exeter, not least the student community, and the safety of Exeter is paramount. We have a very vital role to play in that. I'm extremely pleased we now have state-of-the-art CCTV cameras and control room and an increase in the staff. That is exceptionally good news for us all. I wanted to go through a few positives in terms of the environmental successes and action this council has taken. Action and not just words. Protecting our green spaces. I've talked to death about Northbrook and the Clifton Hill green spaces and reminded councillors many times that if we were a business, we wouldn't have done what we have done in protecting those. That land would have been sold off and we'd have reaped the benefits of the profits. So we turned down significant sums of money because it was the right thing to do to preserve those spaces for the community. Developing and consulting on the Exeter Plan, which has identified key brownfield sites to ensure that we build homes that we need for our community, but also to protect the green spaces and the hills around the city. Planting over 12,000 new trees, continuing our commitment to allotments, and I very much welcome what the leader has announced on that this evening and look forward to the results of the ongoing public consultation. Continuing the reduction of glyphosate herbicide use across the city, installing photovoltaic, I'm struggling with the words this evening, panels across the City Council, including our award-winning water lane, smart grid and storage project with 3,700 solar panels, which created 1.2 megawatts of clean, renewable energy for council use. Replacing the council's fleet with electric vehicles to be powered by our solar park.
rolling out our electric vehicle charging to City Council car parks, building St Sidwell's Point, the UK's first passive house leisure centre, building over 100 certified passive house council homes, including the UK's first multi-residential passive house development in 2010. Over 60% of the residents of these homes have never needed to switch on their heating. Rolling out curbside food waste collection, an ongoing project. Over a third of the city covered, with several electric-powered dust carts powered by renewable electricity captured at our solar park at Marsh Park. Introducing curbside collections of coffee pod recycling. The Marine Plastic Recycling Partnership. Declaring a climate emergency, of course, and net zero carbon by 2030, absolutely central to this council's ambitions. Investing in community energy advisors to help residents reduce their bills. Working with climate experts at Exeter University to monitor our carbon footprint and explore climate policies to further reduce our emissions. Decarbonisation plans for RAM, the Riverside, as well as the Canal and Waterways Service, all underway. Carbon literacy training, which is on offer to council staff, and many of us as councillors have taken up. And the new strategic and community boards for the citywide net zero ambitions, which are to be established and supported in a new role at the City Council. Many of these services, as I say, are discretionary, so we've achieved them and are ongoing. There were ongoing achievements despite the cuts to our funding, which we've heard so much about. Many of these are also incredibly impactful and important for the health and well-being of the people of Exeter. And they all help to tackle the climate emergency. So I commend the budget this evening, and I hope that people will support it. Again, I repeat, this council is about actions, not just about words, and I'm very proud to support the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vizard. I now have Councillor Ruth Williams, then it'll be Councillor Moore and Councillor Jobson. So Councillor Ruth Williams.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I was just very surprised at the progressive groups suggesting that they're going to come up with these ideas, because what you're talking about, we're actually already doing. I mean, those of you that attended the customer focused scrutiny on the 1st of February will have heard comments about glass doorstep collections, and that we're in the early stages of planning for that. And it's worth bearing in mind that, you know, one of the key sort of focuses that we have as a Labour group is to have a well-run council. And that means getting value for money. And so at the moment, if I just take the example of glass recycling, we are doing really well with the current arrangements that we have. So, and that's comparable to other district councils. So why would we want to introduce a completely new, very expensive scheme unless we were actually going to get some government funding to do it? And so that's what we're doing. We're actually taking a very practical approach to that. There are other things that were mentioned about street cleansing of bins. Well, you know, we're actually currently doing a restructure. All the councillors were offered to have a meeting with me and with Cat Chambers to discuss the arrangements for their ward, to make sure if there were any perceived difficulties, we actually could address that before we actually started the new restructure. And so we've now had a report to a review of how it's going, to the customer focused scrutiny on February the 1st, a very, very detailed report. We're also planning to have a sort of a bookend meeting with ward councillors right at the end of this, because at the moment there is just the final part of that restructure where all the routes of the operatives they've been equalised, and so that's bedding in at the moment. I think that's a really sensible approach to introducing changes, introducing effective ways of running our operations. It's improving capacity, it's just improving efficiency. Why wouldn't we want to do that? I mean, it's crazy. So we're not, and I have to say that as the portfolio holder, I've had so many emails from residents, some from councillors, And every one I've had, I've gone and investigated. I even had one person in St Thomas who told me that there was a litter on 15 streets. I actually went and I said, send me photographs. No, he didn't have time. I went and visited every one of those streets, right? And the thing is, in terms of litter bins, they are for on-the-go litter. So when you see discarded envelopes, when you see discarded inside the toilet rolls, that is not on-the-go littering, okay? So that is why we have been very careful. We're assessing all of this, and we've been asking residents, again, it's a partnership, that they report to us if they see littering, if they see full bins. So it is a partnership, and we will address that. If we see littering, it means that we will go and actually act upon it. So I implore on residents, you've got your part to play on this as well as we've got ours. So food waste. I mean, what a fantastic success story that is. We've now rolled it out to a third of Exeter. For those of you that were lucky enough to attend customer focused scrutiny on the 1st of February, we had a fantastic presentation of what our waste operations service is doing. I did a quick calculation before tonight's meeting in terms of how this is improving our recycling rate. Well, it's about 4.5%, and that is with only a third of the rollout. So once we've actually achieved full rollout, we can look to have something like an extra 15% improvement on our recycling rate. Fantastic news. What else have I got to say? Oh, parks and green spaces. Northbrook Park, I mean, the leader's already mentioned that. What a fantastic offer that is. It's just wonderful. So we're actually doing that in partnership with Devon Wildlife Trust for the good of the residents of Exeter. So we're putting a lot of effort into that. We've mentioned uplifts in small parks, in the bigger park areas. I mean, you know, talk about ideas. We don't need any more ideas. We've got so many of our own that we're struggling just to keep up with them. So that's fantastic news as well. And in terms of the allotments, you know, we've had a suggestion about directing. If you actually look at the FAQs we published on the website, we're already offering monthly payments. We're already offering quarterly payments. For those residents, it's what suits them. We're getting some amazing suggestions from the consultation period. So, you know, we've got ideas coming from residents which we are going to fully take on board. So I don't think we need, you know, yes, great that you're actually pinching the ideas that we've already publicly mentioned. So thank you for that, for drawing that to our attention. So I think I'll sit down now and say my piece.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. And before I move on to the next speaker, I've been informed that although we are recording this evening's meeting, due to a technical hitch, it's not actually being live streamed. So it will be broadcast at a later point, so it will still go out, but just to inform everyone. In terms of the speakers who have indicated, I have Councillor Moore, Councillor Johnson and Councillor Woods, so now Councillor Diana Moore, please.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. And I would like to, I quite agree with the leader. I'd very much like to thank the council staff for all they do. I think your speech reveals how much happens behind the scenes, which is quite incredible. And I am very pleased to see the work on a number of things, in particular the retrofit work, because that is a great outcome in terms of reducing costs to tenants and also reducing the impact on climate change. And this is what we really carefully need to think about in terms of how we spend our money. So I am wanting to just comment on a couple of things. One of the things that wasn't mentioned in your speech was about the delivery of affordable housing. And this remains a deep concern because it is a real challenge for Exeter. We have rising inequality and affordable housing is just not available. The Council's monitoring report on planning shows that this year only 16% of the housing was delivered as affordable, and the Council has not met its 35% affordable housing targets over the last 10 years. That needs to be a real focus of our effort. And that, of course, then ties into how we secure money from developers to invest in our communities, which is why we need to think about how we spend our community infrastructure levy on improving services for our existing and our new residents. We've heard a lot about climate change this evening, and I am quite concerned actually to hear, which I think what you're saying, is that you're looking to cut the fees for car parking charges. So we will now be subsidising car parking in the city centre. I'm quite concerned to hear about that, and not actually looking how we can proactively invest in the alternatives and improving our public transport system, which will make it easier for more people to travel in and out of the city centre. So I can hope you can tell me that you aren't planning to cut car parking charges, which will lose the council money. We've heard comments about the food waste recycling. We welcome that. It is necessary, and it was necessary for the other 34,000 homes that haven't got it. And that needs to be rolled out as soon as possible. We're still waiting to hear when that might happen. And again, we do think that is a good use of community infrastructure levy money. And I'm a bit confused about the glass recycling. Either you are committed to it or you aren't, because previously in 2019 a proposal was brought forward for glass recycling collections, and that was enthusiastically supported by the council, and then in 2021 that was rescinded. Actually, we can collect doorstep glass. Glass on the doorstep is what people want. A lot of people who are elderly or people with physical disabilities are unable to carry their glass to the glass collection bins, and that would be an important investment in a service that people want and will improve our environmental performance. I do remain concerned about the capital programme, and you've already mentioned Madison Bridge. You mentioned it in passing, and I think Madison Bridge has become symbolic of the failure of the council to invest in the maintenance of the assets, which has led to their removal. So Madison Bridge is an important route as part of the city's cycling infrastructure. So now it's focusing on removal or urgent repairs. So that I am concerned that the 41 million that's been set aside in the budget for this year has barely been spent, and I can't see how the urgent programme of works are going to be rolled out. So I'm very concerned that we aren't going to keep on top of these asset repairs. I really do ensure that the residents understand the pressures that councils are under, and I agree, Councillor Parkhouse, with your analysis for why that is. And I can understand that it's important that discretionary services cover costs as far as possible, and that is going to be very difficult during this cost of living crisis that you mentioned, Leader. So increasing costs is not just a straightforward matter of just transferring on that cost. We need to have creative and compassionate ways to actually ensure that services are financially viable. And as part of that process, consultation is going to be important. The auditor raised a couple of years ago that the council should be consulting on its budget. And last autumn there was a page created on the council's website about the budget consultation, but no consultation happened. And having a scrutiny meeting just last week was no way the best way to affect any meaningful change or impact on the proposed budget. So there has to be a better way of working. It is very true that the government has chronically underfunded councils. So the cuts of 5.6 million over the next 3 years are really going to be felt. And it's really sad that only residents now are beginning to be engaged in that process, because we will now feel and very much see the impact of those cuts. I also found it quite sad during the scrutiny meetings. I asked a number of questions to the Leader, Lord Mayor, about the impact of these cuts. And I think that we have to really focus in these next few years upon the outcome. What does this council want to achieve the impact on our communities and for the environment are going to be grim. So we really need to focus on making sure our services can make a difference, support our communities, and particularly tackle the rising inequality in our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moore. At this point, I'd like to remind members that speeches should be directed at the Lord Mayor. We've had a very civil debate up until now, and I hope that will continue. And I know that Councillor Johnson, who's next to speak, will do so. So Councillor Johnson, then Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I hope you weren't directing that remark at me. Thank you. Not good idea. We will, Lord Mayor, as a group, be voting in favour of the budget. Not to vote in favour of a balanced budget would be an abrogation of responsibility as a councillor. But before you get too excited, that does not mean that we agree with either of the analysis that has been given as to why we are where we are. Would like to specifically, Lord Mayor, thank the officers for the hours that they must have spent going through the budgets to get to the figures that we have before us this evening. It was not an easy job, as one knows from the meeting that one attended. There has been a catalogue of pledges and promises, but very little mention has been made of the need to repay the 166 million quid's worth of debt, or the black hole created by the collapse of the development company that many feel should not have been created in the first place. We are glad to hear the plans about car parking. We look forward to seeing them fleshed out in due course, but that will be a real benefit, not just to the residents who live further out of Exeter than some, and as you heard from Councillor Holland earlier, suffer from a pretty inadequate bus service, but it will also be a benefit to the businesses. Here too often these days that people say, well, we're not coming into Exeter of an evening or afternoon, the car park charges are too high. The inevitable result of that will be that businesses will close. So I'm glad that that has been listened to, and I look forward to hearing those proposals. I was also glad to hear about what was said about allotments, and I again look forward to hearing about that. All I would say, Lord Mayor, is this: until the level of debt is really brought under control, and it's good to hear that we can't borrow because of the higher interest rates, but there will be no ability to bring in the really significant changes that this group would want to see. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Unsurprisingly, I'll want to make reference to the leisure service. Earlier in the meeting, there were some quite interesting references made to the service as if it wasn't succeeding, which is quite surprising. The leisure industry itself is in extreme difficulties. If you want to look at local authority leisure services, nationwide, 276 local authority pools have been closed down. That's 276 communities that can no longer access what is a very beneficial form of exercise. 21 of those were in the southwest, and that's since 2015. Well, we have closed one down, but guess what? We opened a much better one that's more sustainable, and one that makes it that we can continue to provide not one, not two, but 3 pools within the city. So we're actually achieving a lot. We are a successful service. There are many metrics I can provide, but the one that the leader quoted, I think, is the one that actually is mind-boggling. 2 million users. 2 million. I can't even imagine 2 million. But 2 million users in 18 months going through that white elephant that nobody wants over there. Yeah, I've spoken to a lot of people there that go there, and the reason there's 2 million users is because they keep coming back. They go once and they come back because it is a fantastic facility. And that is part of our challenge. That as a leisure service, we've got 2 almost conflicting aims. One is that we have to run an efficient and effective business. We have to deliver a service
within a price, within trying not to be ineffective or inefficient at how we use the funds that this council allocates to the service. To balance that, we have to deliver the sort of outcomes that we as a Labour-led council expect. We expect to reach those most in need. We expect to motivate those who are perhaps having trouble accessing physical activity, and we have to bring those on board. Well, that's not a money-making activity. Somehow, though, we have to achieve that whilst also delivering in a business-like model. So one example which is interesting is our GP referral service. And that includes Falls Management Exercise Group. So that's the sort of thing we're talking about. That service across the country runs at a loss. Ours doesn't just break even, it shows a small profit. Now, in the kind of money we've been talking about tonight, it's absolutely nothing. But when you think the people that are benefiting from that service, fantastic, essential. GPs referring in people who can help, and we can help them to not only recover, but to strengthen their inner core and various things they've got to do to avoid falling again. Fantastic work. Normally you would expect to just pump money into it because it's worthwhile. Actually, we break even, we make a small profit. That's an example of those two twin challenges running alongside each other. In addition to that, coming up, we've got a 12-week project where we will be seeking out those within our communities who are the least inactive, going through our well-being structure and the various workers within that, to identify those individuals and bring them on board, help them to overcome the barriers that they have in accessing physical activity. It doesn't have to be our leisure service. Again, it's not about making the money, it's about making the difference to our citizens. So, finding out what their barriers are, helping them to acquire the motivation that it takes, especially this time of year, to go out and be active. It's cold, it's dark, but it's helping to reach those. And that is, again, something that's coming out through our partnership with Sports England, looking at accessing providing services to those who otherwise wouldn't come to us. Again, that twin aim of rubbing together. We are delivering both as a business and as the sort of service you would expect from a local authority leisure service provided by Labour administration. You would expect it to be reaching those most in need, and it is. One of the things I find this time of year, as I sit here and listen to the things that the leader lists that we've achieved or that we are going to achieve, there's always a couple of bits that kind of stick in my head. And this year is no exception to that. And the reason, where I've got them from, as well as from the leader, is that we all know that there are some websites on the internet which are more reliable than others. Even locally, sometimes it's difficult to get coverage, get facts that lack political spin or any other form of spin. But the council's news channel is exactly that. It says it the way it is. It doesn't give spin. That's not what it is. It's a fact-based service. And that's news.exeter.gov.uk. You go there and you will find out loads of stuff that the leader has quoted, some great coverage, some engaging videos. The two that I take from that channel, one is a habitat bank, the first in the country, developed in partnership with Devon County Council and Exeter City Council. That's going to be in this city, the country's first habitat bank. And the other thing, which thankfully my colleagues Ruth and Josie helping to plant what will be an arboretum. I love being on a council that builds solar farms, that plants arboretums and that has habitat banks. I could stand here all night and just reel off the fantastic things. Isn't it great to be in a council that delivers those things, whichever side of the house you're on? You're part of this council delivers those sorts of things, both for the difference it makes to the city, but also the difference it makes to our residents. I definitely commend this budget. It is how we make the difference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wood. I have two councillors who have indicated to speak, Councillor Martin Williams and then Councillor Wright would like to use her reserved right, and then I'll draw the debate to a close unless there's anyone else. Last chance. Councillor Fuller. Okay, I'll add you to the list. So, Councillor Williams.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Martin Williams played 7 for Wales. Unfortunately, it's Matthew Williams.
Matthew, sorry.
I will stand and speak in favour of this budget. Thank you, Lord Mayor. Firstly, it's a pleasure to follow Councillor Wood. I thought he was considered comments get to the very heart of the matter, particularly to do with his portfolio. So thank you. One of the key, I think, questions that gets asked in certain opposition groups' social media is as to what the point of Labour in Exeter, perhaps nationally, is. I think we can be left in no doubt, following the contributions of what the leaders said out this evening, what the point of Labour in Exeter is. And I've heard the contributions of others. I think about keeping council tax low for people. I think about supporting our community organisations through the Exeter Lottery, which, by the way, I think certain councillors opposite were against. I think about working in partnership in our city centre with the BID, with the university, with Sport England. I think about our valley parks and Northbrook, what we've got planned there through the Devon Wildlife Trust. That's the point of Labour in Exeter. I think about our draft Exeter plan as it comes forward, as we've taken a brownfield first approach so that we can bring forwards and build homes for people at every single stage of their lives. And yes, including those for social rent, for social housing, and those that are affordable. That's the point of Labour in Exeter. I think about leisure. You are far more knowledgeable than I, Councillor Wood. I think about the splash pad, I think about Hebertree, I think about St Sibyl's Point and all we have planned there. I also think about what we're doing on retrofitting, or what Councillor Denning is doing on housing. That's a crucial part. Also, as we attempt to do our part in tackling the climate crisis and climate emergency, and yes, working in partnership with our colleagues at the university again. It's about how we protect our heritage assets, what we can do to improve culture, what we can do with the RAM and all that's happening there. That, friends, colleagues, is the point of Labour in Exeter. Hopefully, hopefully next year, when I stand to make such a speech, we'll be under a change of government nationally in Westminster. And Westminster, we're delivering for Exonians. That's the point of Labour in Exeter. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Matthew Williams. Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Having just decided not to take a pop at my esteemed colleague across the table on the matter of bins in St Thomas, the fact that he's now put his hand up so he knows he can speak straight after me might change my mind. Thank you, Councillor. Lord Mayor, 2010, the year that the Lib Dems went into coalition with Conservatives, taking us rapidly into an unnecessary and painful period of austerity. We've had 13 years since then, shamefully decreased core funding for local authorities, heartbreaking cuts to services for mental health, physical health, youth services, education, special education needs, etc., etc. We do know that. I do accept my colleague across the benches there won't accept that entirety. We do also have the fact that we've had recovering from a pandemic and also an increase this year in public sector pay wages, which was higher than expected, but nobody's going to complain about that after them being frozen for so long. But all these things do come into our budget considerations, as we all know and as we've heard. I am going to mention my esteemed colleague across the bench here, Councillor, because despite the criticisms that you, sorry, Lord Mayor, your esteemed colleague, sir, because despite levelling criticisms against us for St Sidwell's Point and the borrowing, of course, we had to make to get to building and have that wonderful leisure centre there, conflating that with the issue of bins, dog poo bins being taken away in a couple of areas of St Thomas, I think is not a very informed way to carry on when we're talking about balancing a budget. We continue to invest, as we've heard, in well-being through our well-being programme, cultural programmes, sport and leisure programmes, but we can't do everything on our own. Lord Mayor, we need to continue with our partnerships, which our officers and our members have been working very hard on over the last few years, and I've particularly seen a really good push on that this year, bringing in many key stakeholders, as we call them, across the city, because we are all suffering from reduced funds, and we all know we want to keep Exeter as brilliant as it is and to make it better as we go forward. So that's a really important point. Also the support that we give, but we also get from the many community groups across the city. A lot of that sprung up, as we know, during the COVID pandemic. We saw lots of people helping each other and forming themselves into street groups, and that has carried on largely across the city. So I know this is to do with budget, but I would like to thank those people across the city as well, because they are helping us to keep this council going in the way that we do. We've heard about CCTV and the increase of thinking about safety in the city centre, so all these brilliant things, and I'm pleased to hear that we are looking into reviewing some of the parking prices for late night Thursdays and Sundays, because that will help our businesses, and I think going forward into this year being able to hear more from our local businesses, particularly those outside the city centre as well as inside, is going to be important. So I do agree with the leader of the opposition on the back bench there. It may not happen again, but I do. So, Lord Mayor, we have a balanced budget. And with every passing year in the current financial situation imposed on us by this government, alongside the other strains as mentioned, to balance the budget and retain so much of the services we aren't legally obliged to deliver is confirmation of a well-led and well-run council. So I would implore everybody to vote this bill, please.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. And finally, Councillor Fuller.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I think the first thing to say is I'd like to pay tribute to the leader for introducing the budget and also for outlining a lot of the good work that the officers of this council do. They do achieve a lot. And I'd also like to pay tribute to portfolio holders and qualified tribute to those, because they do work quite hard within increasingly tight constraints. I think the question is, this isn't a black and white situation. The good guys aren't here and the bad guys aren't over there, or vice versa. There's obviously a nuanced situation. It's absolutely valid that there are constraints on how the council operates, and no reference is made to keeping the council tax low. I think actually in everyone's heart of hearts we'd rather not have to keep our council tax down to 3% on our tiny fraction of the overall tax bill. We are this parallel council of the country who've got double the council tax take, and that gives them far more resources to deliver a whole range of services, and their 3% is treated in the same way as our 3%. So I can totally understand that constraint is frustrating. We've got the fourth lowest in the country, and that is beneficial to our residents, because they're, in many situations their income is exceeding that, and there's a bit of a headroom to deal with the other cost of living constraints. Under inflation, government grants, yep, I mean, I've been on this council a long time. I think there's 4 colleagues here who've been with me and perhaps a bit longer. And like I mentioned earlier, the medium-term financial plan had a £16.6 million available in 2010. This year coming is 19.01 million from various sources. It used to be business growth incentive grants, it used to be revenue support grants, and central government support, now it's revenue support grants, it's business rates. So it's not inflation, it is a squeeze, but it's not complete collapse either. It needs to be put into some sort of perspective. Reference was made to the economic success and all the success that happened in the city. I'll leave other people to decide whether that's causal or coincidental to what the City Council is doing. I'll leave that hanging there. But the point is, this council has benefited from that success, from that growth over all that period of time, through SIL, through New Homes Bonus, through business rate growth. It's been a mitigating factor, I think, for a lot of the challenges we face, and how that fund's been utilised over the years is the question we need to ask ourselves when we're reviewing the performance of this council as a whole. So, other references were made to grant funding that's given out. I know a lot of government funding's passported through. The Household Support Fund is completely funded by the government, the discretionary housing payments, the council tax support scheme, and the City Council efficiently manages that and sensibly and carefully distributes that to the right residents. I think it blurs the lines between what government does, what council does, in some respects, but that is obviously competent work that's done. I pay credit to that. Reference is made to the leisure facilities, and I don't think anyone would really question, I don't think the word term white elephants come up so much, and I'm always mindful, personally, never to criticise the facility, because I think it's a very good facility. It is a very good facility. The critique has always come around is because, as I referred to in 2015, when the leader of the council said it was going to cost the council nothing, and it was going to be a money spinner for the council, and then it subsequently mentioned that the leisure service as a whole is reduced from 3.8 million subsidy to 2.2 million pound subsidy. And that's good direction of progress, but take that back to 2010, when Parkwood Leisure paid the council for the leisure service. And I'm not comparing like with like, because the leisure service in those days was not perfect by any means, but members, the 34 members who weren't there at the time might not remember, but that was the situation we found ourselves in, and the question has to be asked, how we got to a point of 3.8 million to bring it back to 2.2 million, and the danger is, with that facility, with that infrastructure in place, we are basically tied to those services, and when those difficult decisions are made next year, we can't make those facilities unviable, which puts them out of bounds, which really constrains things, and that puts pressure on other services which people might want to actually intervene with. And that's the argument made in the outset. My problem was always with the debt that was raised, and likely to be raised, and I was poo-pooed for it until I had no vision. It turned out, unfortunately, I don't take no joy in it, it didn't turn out to be a problem. Debts, there was zero debt in 2010, there's £95 million debt now. I think a little bit of issues with 166, because a large part of that is the £60 for the housing revenue account, where this council was routinely plundered by national government to pay for tower blocks in London in our housing fund, to the detriment of our local residents here. So I don't hold the council accountable for that, because that was an arrangement to lock that into place, and that debt is going to be paid off in due course, and hopefully right that historical wrong, I think, in some respects. But the £95 million debt is, and I would draw attention to the museum rebuild was supposed to cost us 7 million, ended up costing 16 million. This new pool was originally 7 million, went to 20 million budget. Pete Edwards was talking about 26 million was worth it. Turned out to be 50. We've got the development company that's currently going through difficulties and yet to find out how much that costs. All those things cost, and I don't object to investment for the dislike of the investment, but it's the consequences that come afterwards, and that's the consequences. There's a complex picture because there are forces acting upon us, but also I think those decisions have a consequence, and the £4 million of debt interest and capital repayments we've got to make is squeezing us from our own angle. And when I hear noise about we're going to carry on investing, the question is, how does that investment generate returns? It can be in social terms, and we're prepared to bear an ongoing financial cost, but from a financial terms, it's basically not stacking up. Because if that 95 million quid was on a cost-neutral basis, we wouldn't have this £4 million debt to be dealing with, because it would be funded by some services. I'm glad to hear there's such a high throughput to the leisure centre, because if there's 2 million going through it, hopefully a pound each, and that's not the leisure centre obviously on the head, but plus the £2 bus fare. Absolutely. So just one other point I'd like to make, Lord Mayor. I think, unfortunately, next year we're going to be faced with next year's problem, but I think we'll be faced with squeezing services we'd rather not be squeezing because of our lack of headroom. I would make a little reference to Councillor Williams and her offers to engage with processes. It's a common practice to co-opt opposition members for processes involved with cuts, so it's quite easy to go back to residents and say they were in the room and they agreed to that particular cut, so they're in no position to actually criticise the cut itself. I think that's a danger that we experience. We don't tend to get co-opted with items of opportunity, let's say, of new expenditures. So that's one thing. And the food waste, you know, I've been out of the council for a while, so forgive me if I'm not quite accurate on this, but I understood that the entire city was due to be covered by the food waste rules. A part of the city has been, and it's settled down into a good service, I think, in that area. But with the issues with the MARF and the capacity issues, it was never going to be delivered, and the big issues are still outstanding to deliver those. So I hear what you're saying. There's a lot of good stuff in this budget, but fundamentally I think the amendment have improved it, and on that basis I can't really support the budget as it stands. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Fulham. I'd now like to invite the leader to respond and sum up the debate.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Well, I'm sorry to keep on and consume a lot of time, but I think many important issues. This is one of the most important debates we have each year. And I'll go through some of the contributions. And reference was made earlier on about play parks. Councillor Pearce mentioned the fact in Derry Yards and James. I can say also about the refurb that's coming along in Exwick and much of the other things that we've done in Heavitree, in St Thomas, in other play parks. Guys, I can't really stand here and accept criticism that we're not doing enough for our play parks for young people here in Exeter. He mentioned the issue about the community grants, and as I mentioned, over £880,000 we have done over the last 4 or 5 years. Talk to some of the Liberal Democrat councils adjoining us. Ask them if they've done something similar than that. And it'll be interesting. Perhaps I can ask you a question, and whether you'll come back to me and tell me what they've done for their communities in the same sort of way. So it's very important that we make those comparisons, because we are an urban city and it's much, much different. Councillor Parkhouse talks about the growth and what's happened over the last 12 years. 14 now, isn't it? And I think, you know, we're all forgetting the backdrop that we find ourselves in, Lord Mayor. And the backdrop is very, very important. Because I know I'm getting old, but I can remember 12 years ago who was in government with who at that time. When we had austerity come in, and when we had it all. And I can even remember who contracted out, Councillor Fulham, who contracted out our leisure services in the first place. And I'll just deal with that point now. I firmly believe if we had carried on with that contract, yet it made money in the first couple of years, you didn't go on to say that, it was continually costing us throughout that. If we had kept that contract with them, we would be in the same position as Councillor Wood has said, with all those other numbers of pools and leisure services which there are now. Go to Cornwall, there is no pool available in the public sector. Go to a lot of places, and I'm convinced if we'd done that, we would have ended up withdrawing that service. Because the Oasis pool down there, the pyramids, right, the pyramids, well, it just couldn't cope with it. We would have had to have closed it in any event. Is that what you wanted? A derelict building like that, closed? No, we're working with housing associations to bring that forward for homes in Exeter. So I think that's very, very important, and we need to think about that. Councillor Parker's mentioned the retrofit, and a number of other people, Lord Mayor, mentioned the retrofit. I think that is good. We're one of the few councils, well, everybody's doing it now, but we have actually put money into that. We value that. And yes, council rents have gone up, but we think we're delivering the service, and I mentioned in the speech how we're engaging residents on all of that. Councillor Vizard, I love it. And there's a few sayings out here that I've come, and I don't know, you'll see them all in a leaflet at some stage. The point of Labour, action, not words. Well, I think that is true. Councillor Matt Williams was quite right in telling us that we have been doing actions, not words. Sorry, I must apologise that we can't do everything. I'd like to do everything. You know we would like to do everything. I think we do quite a lot as it is. So, Councillor Vizard mentioned the CCTV, and you can remember 2 years ago, we weren't in this chamber, we were down at Exeter College, and we did have a plea about CCTV. And I undertook from that meeting to take it away, and we've worked with Councillor Laura Wright and the team to bring forward, I think it was something like 180 cameras extra in Exeter. That is not our role at the end of the day. The Police and Crime Commissioner has set the rate much higher than we have. They could have helped out a little bit with all of that, by the way. They could have helped out with that. But we've done it, we carried it out. So we do listen, and we do try to make these changes as and when. And you are right, Councillor Mitchell, to mention the fact of because, you know, they're all your ideas, they're all your good ideas. We can't possibly, these officers, we can't possibly think of anything. When you mentioned about enforcement officers and things like that, we have every intention to improve services when we can. But you have to understand the austerity that we've had to face over the last 10, 12 years has been quite exceptional. And you are in a very favoured position on that side of the house to be able to come up with the, and I hope some of these trees that Councillor Parkhouse planted are cherry trees, because you are cherry picking the issues that you want, and that's opposition. And, you know, we have to face the consequences of all of that. Councillor Fulham, we'll have a chat sometimes, because you must have faced these difficult decisions when you were briefly leader on that side of the council. Councillor Jobson, you mentioned car parks, and I'm glad for your support of our budget, but don't get too excited, Peter, Councillor Holland, because a complete review, not a complete review, but we are looking, because we didn't manage to raise money, which is all put to you in the budget. We didn't manage to raise as much as we thought. We have to look at that, and if that is, and we want to look at it and help businesses. I know we work with the Chamber of Commerce. We need to work with businesses. We need to get the footfall into Exeter. And despite what some people may say, that Exeter is declining, or it's not. It's not. I mentioned the city report, and that we're doing very, very well indeed. Food waste, that was discussed 2 years ago when we had a special meeting down in the Corn Exchange. It was quite clear when we put it to you, and we were criticised at the time, and you know full well to say, why isn't it all rolled out? It was all discussed at that budget meeting and at that time. It's becoming a bit like the Scottish play. You mentioned that bridge, I didn't. Now what I'm saying is, of course all these things are important, but it's all about priorities. We all have to make choices. Councillor Ledbetter has often said to me in the past, Councillor, you choose to make these judgments. You choose, and we do. We do choose, and that's what we choose. And I like to think that's what the majority of people in Exeter, when they think about what we actually do, is important. Councillor Williams has quite mentioned the fact about the street cleaning. I personally don't feel it's getting that much. Yeah, there's always going to be a crisp wrapper laid somewhere. And I have to let you into a little secret here. Not every pizza wrapper or crisp packet that you see on the ground has been thrown down by a student. They appear all over the city. But our team, with, is it 12 mobile teams we have? 12 mobile teams are out on a regular basis picking up stuff. We still maintain a city centre presence in keeping the high street clean. And I've commended the director and the team up there. I often speak to them on what such a good job they do in keeping our city centre clean, despite what it all can happen on late nights sometimes. We will be, Councillor, more consulting on the cuts this year. These are the biggest cuts that we've got to take, and we will be consulting, and we will be doing that. But we need to listen. But it's very, very important that we do listen to people, and that is why we've made the decision to extend the consultation on allotments. We have listened. We've all read the emails, and quite understandable, and we've all read them, and I get it. I really do get it. So we've extended that consultation, we're listening to people, and what we will do is we will, any increases that we may need, if we do need them, we will put them over 2 years and cover any shortfall from the unallocated funds. But it is so easy, and I would say to any of those people listening who still can bear to be at this meeting in the public chamber, yes, I understand that element. But we have a duty to look across the council services, to provide for all of our communities across the services, not just to cherry pick 1 or 2 things. And that is the challenge. And I suppose it could be said that you can't please all of the people all of the time. And I suppose we end up not pleasing everybody. But we're still here. The allotments are still there. Our leisure service is still there. The RAM is still there. We're still providing these services for people. Going to the RAM one day last week and I understand it was packed out in there. Okay, so it rains and it's good for us when it rains. But it was busy in there, a free service that we provide. So there's a couple of things I've mentioned about the car parks. I hope that we will be reviewing that and that will come back. ECL. You've got to give it up, you know, you really have. That loan was already there to ECL. It was going to be repaid by ECL by bringing forward housing developments on those sites. We will be bringing sites for those sites forward. We need to do, and we will want to provide homes for people in Exeter. And we've bought that, and we've managed to be able to bring on how we can do that, and we will do that. And part of that process that you quite rightly can still criticise me on, the easiest thing would have been to do, and this is where, sorry officers, we actually didn't take your advice. The easiest thing would have been to do, would have been build all over Clifton Hill. It would have been the easiest thing, and I could have said, well, there you are, you're sorted. But you know, you didn't want me to do that, did you? So we've done that, we've invested in green spaces. Northbrook, you've heard this evening what we're doing in Northbrook. I think it's fantastic, personally. So we've done that thing. So, Lord Mayor, I think I will sum it up by saying I would like to think, I heard Councillor Fulham is not wanting to support the recommendations, and you're at liberty to do that because you can just pull out because at the end of the day you haven't got any responsibility to do anything. But we have. We have on this site. We would like to do all these things, but we would have a bigger bill. And I'm glad you supported us, and perhaps you can have a chat with Councillor Jobson in relation to the debt that we have with regard to the HRA. Because we had to effectively buy our own council houses back about 10, 12 years ago. We had a plan already to reinvest in the house, and then that government at that time froze the council tax increases. That didn't help us at all. That made it worse for us. With all the rest of it, we have got a programme to cover all this, but you've got to see the backdrop of the economy, how it is. I do get it, Lord Mayor. They are the opposition, and that's what they will do. I get it. But I just hope members of the public, if they do view this later on or sat in this, actually think about the big picture here in Exeter on what we're all trying to do. And I will finally say, so, I've been asked about collaboration and why don't we work together, and you can see now why it's so difficult, can't you? You can see it, Councillor Rees. But, you know, I won't say my door is always open, although it always is, by the way. We're up for it. And just to say at this appointment on the amendments, and I know within the standing orders they were done in the right time, but the budget we've tabled tonight, all the fees and charges and all the costings, I've been with councillors, we've been talking with briefings with councillors for a number of months. Yes, we had all the briefing of all the members. People choose not to come, I can't help with that. We've had all those briefings. You've had the opportunity. Nobody came to me and said, Council Leader, we've got a great idea on a couple of all these things. Would you consider this in your budget? Would you consider it? We'd like to talk to you about it. So what you do is you come at the last moment, after all this work has been done, to say, change it. Well, it's very difficult. But I hope I've responded to some of the issues within that, Lord Mayor. And so our final side to say, there is the point of Labour in Exeter. I do believe that we will develop and work for all communities in Exeter, and I do believe that we will be judged by our actions, not our words. I move the budget, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Leader. And thank you all members who have contributed to this debate. We are now moving to the vote. And can I please remind members that the law stipulates that a named vote is required when the council is setting its budget and council tax? Can I therefore ask Mr Devon to do the roll call?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Can I ask members to please clearly state if you're voting for, against or abstaining when I call your names? Councillor Alcock. Councillor Asfashian.
For.
Councillor Beckley.
For.
Councillor Bennett.
Abstain.
Councillor Bialik.
For.
Councillor Branston.
For.
Councillor Denning.
For.
Councillor Fole.
For.
Councillor Fulham.
Against.
Councillor Hannaford.
Against.
Councillor Holland.
For.
Councillor Jobson.
For.
Councillor Ketchum.
For.
Councillor Knott.
For.
Councillor Ledbetter.
For.
Councillor Miller.
For.
Councillor Mitchell.
Against.
Councillor Moore.
Against.
Councillor Parkhouse. Councillor Patrick. Councillor Pearce. Councillor Reid.
Against.
Councillor Rees.
Abstain.
Councillor Sheridan.
Abstain.
Councillor Sparling.
Abstain.
Councillor Vizard. Councillor Wardle. Councillor Warwick. Councillor Matthew Williams. Councillor Ruth Williams. Councillor Wood. Councillor Wright. And Lord Mayor.
Abstain.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Just a minute, I'll just quickly count that. To confirm, Lord Mayor, that is 23 in favour, that's 5 against and 5 abstentions. So the recommendations of the budget have been carried.
Thank you. So thank you, members. That brings us to the end of the extraordinary meeting of Council, which I hereby declare closed. I propose we now have a comfort break prior to resuming with our second meeting.
Please be upstanding for the Lord Mayor.
Members, I would like to open the ordinary meeting of Council of the 20th of February 2024. The first item on the agenda relates to the minutes of the meeting of Council held on the 12th of December 2023. May I ask if a member is prepared to move the minutes of the ordinary council as a correct record of proceedings?
I'd like to move, Lord Mayor.
Do we have a seconder?
A second, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. All those in favour? Anyone against? Two against. Any abstentions? That's clearly carried. The next item on the agenda is item number 2, which is to advise you of some official communications since we last met in December. Over Christmas, as you can all imagine, I went to quite a few carol services. I had the honour to attend the Blue Lights Carol service, attended and organised by our amazing emergency services. I also attended the Exeter University Civic Carol Service, the Exeter Philharmonic Choir Carol Service, and finally, on Christmas Eve, at the Cathedral's Grandison Service, where I had the honour of being invited to do a reading. The new year kicked off with a varied array of events: the Pinho Pantomime Society's annual production of Treasure Island, which I know Councillor Wood and others were there as well. The Coronation and Crown Sound and Light Show, and I also attended the Exeter College Student Awards, which was a very enjoyable evening and showcased our amazing youngsters that we have within our city. On the 26th of January, I had the honour of lighting a candle at the Holocaust Memorial Day opening ceremony, which was held in the cathedral. In the afternoon, I had the honour of hosting the closing ceremony in this Guildhall, where I lit a candle to commemorate those that lost their lives during the Holocaust, paying particular homage to the 15,000 members of the homosexual community. I also attended one of our affiliated military contingents, ex-Janus Serpent Parade, a flag-changing parade for the 243 Wessex Field Hospital, re-rolling into a multi-role medial regiment. That's a bit of a mouthful, isn't it? Where I had the honour of handing over the new flags to interventions. I recently attended the Football versus Homophobia match at Exeter City Football Club. The result wasn't that great, but it was a lovely evening. And only a couple of days ago, I also attended the Chinese New Year celebrations with the Hong Kongers community at the Phoenix. They are a wonderful bunch, is all I'll say. Just to remind you all, my next coffee morning is this coming Saturday, so it would be wonderful to see as many of you as possible at that event as well. And before I forget, we will, depending on the time we finish here tonight, have tea and coffee upstairs at the end of this meeting. So that brings me now on to the next items on the agenda. However, I am aware that we've had an influx of individuals that have come in to this meeting. So I'm looking at potentially shuffling the agenda around by bringing forward the notices of motion, but we'll get to that in a minute. But first we'll go to agenda item 3, which is the opportunity for members of the public to ask questions. And we have one member of the public at this part of the meeting, Mr. Ian Frankham, who would like to ask a question, if you'd like to come forward.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, Leader of the Council and Councillors. ECC are responsible for the collection of pollution data in the city. Devon County Council have now confirmed that traffic has increased on all arterial roads since the LTN trial commenced. I don't buy the assertion that more traffic, much of it idling, doesn't mean more pollution. When will the newly installed monitors begin to give meaningful data on current pollution levels?
Leader, would you like to respond?
I'd like Councillor Fowle to answer this question, please.
Councillor Fowle.
Hello again. The monitors are now operational, Lord Mayor, and the data is being verified to make sure that reliable data is being obtained. Exeter City Council will report on the data from the new sensors, as well as our existing monitoring network, as part of our annual air quality status report. This is produced to a timetable set by DEFRA and has to be submitted to them for approval before it is published. The report is typically published in September each year.
Thank you, Councillor Fowle. Ian, you do have the right to a supplementary question that relates to the answer that you've just been given. So
yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. Yeah, I do. Given the increased divisions and concerns within the community around the LTN and indeed pollution, I believe that the new monitors provide data in real time. Would you please consider sharing the data and analysis of it to the public and to Devon County Council on a more frequent basis rather than just once a year?
Councillor Fowle or Leader?
I'm sure that would be my intention. I hope that would be the intention of the City Council.
Thank you very much. So as alluded to just a minute, I would like to change the agenda slightly so that we jump to agenda item 19, which brings us to the notices of motion. And I intend to deal with the 3 notices of motion first, and then we'll go back to the agenda item 4 onwards. So, agenda item 19 confirms that we have received several notices of motion, 3, and the first from Councillor Reid in accordance with Standing Order 6, the details of which are set out on your agenda papers. Councillor Reid, can you please read out your notice of motion?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, of course. So I've got some good news and bad news. Bad news is it's 5 to 9. Good news is I've got a very short speech and a very simple ask, which is to ban box shifting. Box shifting is a practice where businesses occupy a commercial premises by means of some boxes and so trigger 0 business rates relief for up to 6 months. Businesses return sporadically to shift the boxes, creating sufficient proof of occupation, meaning that 0 rates relief remains applied. In practice, businesses employ other companies to do this. Companies which specifically advertise their capacity to carry this out and indeed, in many cases, this box shifting is their only trade. It is well known to this council that there are several businesses of this type operating in Exeter, working with multi-chain operating businesses to deprive this council of vital funds. An internal estimate is that Exeter City Council is losing out by around £150,000 a year because of this practice, which could pay for allotment, blacker rate rises, poo bins, dog poo bins in St Thomas's, and a few metres of Marison Bridge, I think. Meanwhile, premises stand empty, disfiguring our city centre and depriving charities and community art projects or similar of what could be useful community-centred space. This council notes that box shifting is a well-established business rates avoidance practice which enables landlords and multi-chain operators to exploit legal loopholes, triggering 3 to 6 months rate relief, and deprives the councils of England an estimated £250 million annually, according to the charity Ban Box Shifting. Exeter City Council is aware that the practice occurs in our city, depriving the council of much-needed funds. Ethical rates mitigation, i.e. the offering of rent-free spaces to charities, creates benefits to local communities, landlords and charities. This council further notes that box shifting could be prevented by extending the period of occupation which activates rates exemption from 6 weeks to 6 months, giving councils more powers in deciding when empty rates relief can legitimately be granted. This council resolves to request the Chief Executive to write to Exeter's 2 MPs to draw this to their attention, and to the Secretary of State for Levelling Up, Housing and Communities to ask for implementation of these points to prevent box shifting and promotion of ethical rates mitigation. Over 30 MPs and many local councillors have signed the open letter to ban box shifting, including our own councillor Asbashan. So I hope all Labour councillors and indeed all councillors will support this move to protect vital council funds. Thank you.
I'd like to move an amendment, Lord Mayor.
I'd like to move standing order 10, Lord Mayor.
Before we move on, exactly, that was my next point. Before we move on, do I have a seconder?
I'd like to second the motion, Lord Mayor, reserve my right to speak.
And then Councillor Bialik, you were first.
Yeah, my amendment, Lord Mayor, is under Standing Order 7, paragraph 4, limits this motion to a committee. If you would allow me just very briefly, and I know it should go straight to the vote. That committee would be a scrutiny committee to evaluate it, to receive a report from the appropriate officer or officers as to all the consequences of this and what the impact would be, to allow that scrutiny committee to evaluate it, to think about it, to bring forward sensible recommendations to either the executive or the full council. This is not apparently putting in the long grass, apparently that we don't cut. This is about putting it to a position, and I'd be more than happy for this to be done sooner rather than later, but I think it needs to be evaluated. That was the reason for moving that amendment, and I believe I have a seconder, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. And you wanting to speak on Standing Order 10? Is there anything specific?
Yes, I'd like to speak on Standing Order 10, Part C, please, Lord Mayor. Given that Standing Order 7 means it goes straight to the vote and there will be no vote on the motion at this point, I would like to add a very short addition to the leader's proposal to actually say to have this returned back to council within 6 months. So that's an amendment to your movement, and because the previous one it still hasn't come back, so we need to action on this, and we need it quick. And I'm sure that 6 months would be adequate time for. Too long. Okay, we can reduce it. 6 months at the most.
And does the leader agree to that amendment being added?
I'm not sure you can amend my motion, but if the councillor is looking for a commitment from me as leader, although I do not control scrutiny, if they're looking for some sort of commitment, would I bring it to the executive as soon as that scrutiny committee deals with it? Yes, Lord Mayor, that would be hopefully sooner rather than later, because if this can bring it there, I want it, so I can give that assurance.
Okay, so you've given an assurance, but So as we've had an amendment put forward, so we need to debate and vote on that amendment first, and then that would obviously go from there. So does anyone wish to speak on the amendment?
This is a point of order, Lord Mayor. I thought standing order 7, number 4 says you have to go straight to the vote. You don't debate it. Lord Mayor, I thought that was what was understood.
We're just double checking. I think you are correct, potentially. Leader, can you just confirm for me the standing order, because I think it's standing order 6, bullet point 5, that refers back to a scrutiny committee, not 7. So is that the standing order you meant to move? So if that is the appropriate one, so we'll move straight to the vote then. So all of those in favour of that, please show. The amendment, yeah. To be referred to scrutiny.
Is that hand at the right back there? Sorry, no, Councillor Smarling, is that your hand up? Sorry, I do apologise. It's hard to see from there. So that's 31 in favour, Lord Mayor.
Those against?
4 against. Sorry, 5 against. Sorry.
Any abstentions? So
That's been carried.
clearly carried. So that matter has been referred back to scrutiny. Now brings me on to agenda item 20, which is a notice of motion that has been received from Councillor Jobson, which is also in accordance with Standing Order 6, the details of which are set out on your agenda paper. I would like to invite Councillor Jobson to read out her motion.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Nearly 1,600 people have now replied to the Conservative organised survey on the LTN, and over 85% are clear this scheme is not working. It is causing social isolation and increasing the vulnerability of many within the scheme area. It is causing additional pollution on the arterial roads and on North Street in particular. It is adversely affecting local trades and businesses. There are 8 members of the Exeter Hatop Committee that also sit on this council. Those members are urged to either request in writing that the Exeter Hatop chairman calls an urgent meeting of Exeter Hatop to pass a motion to suspend the hereditary and Whitton active travel scheme at the earliest opportunity, or write to the DCC Committee Secretariat demanding that such a meeting is called to suspend the scheme. Only 4 signatures are required. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson, for reading out the motion. The reason why I wished you to read it out was so that anyone here present would know what the motion, what we're talking about, because I'm going to hand over to Simon Cooper in a minute, our Deputy Monitoring Officer, to explain that it has been determined that we are going to defer this matter this evening.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. This motion seeks to direct members of the Exeter Highways and Traffic Orders Committee to act and vote in a certain way, and therefore takes away their discretion. The ability of members to act and vote as they choose cannot be fettered by full council, and accordingly, the motion will not be put to members.
Councillor Jobson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Put two lawyers together, you end up with 3 opinions, at least.
Can I have a point of order, Lord Mayor? Are we debating your decision?
No, I'm assuming this is a
One
point of
sentence
order
more,
from Councillor
leader,
Jobson.
you will hear, so I've said that. Whilst I do not agree with the interpretation of my motion, one lawyer to another, I of course respect your authority as Lord Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jobson. So we now move on to agenda item 21, which again is a notice of motion that has been received from Councillor Jobson, which is in accordance with Standing Order 6, and details of which have been set out on the agenda papers. I will once again ask Councillor Jobson to read out her motion so everyone knows what we're talking about.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It's understood that the introduction of a car charging ULEZ style scheme is being considered for Exeter. It is to be hoped that this is not the case. Such a scheme would penalise many of the less wealthy motorists and would adversely affect trade and business. This council resolves to oppose any attempt to introduce such a scheme in Exeter.
Thank you, Councillor Jobson. Once again, under Standing Order 49, I have decided to defer this matter until we receive further information from the County Council, so this matter will not be debated tonight. So we'll now go back on the agenda to agenda item number 3, but we'll pause while some members of the public leave. Okay, so the next item on the agenda is actually item number 4, and that is to note there will be a part 2 matter for item 24, which we will need to pass for resolution in the agenda at that time. So that's been noted. So we'll now move on. The next items of business on the agenda are the minutes of the various committees of the Council that have been held over the last couple of months since our meeting in December. Can I please remind all members that the relevant chair will present the minutes of their meeting en bloc, and then ask if members have any questions to raise on matters which have been resolved, or in respect of any recommendations, there will be the opportunity for debate on those matters. If not, I will move on to the next chair to do the same. However, when it comes to the minutes of the executive, the leader will present the minutes one by one, drawing particular attention to each and every recommendation so that members and the public are aware where decisions of full council need to be taken. An individual vote will then be taken on each recommendation from executive to council. So moving on to agenda item 5, can I call on Councillor Wardle as chair of the Audit and Governance Committee to introduce the minutes of that committee held on the 29th of November 2023 starting at agenda item number 5, which is on page 17. Councillor Wardle.
Audit and Governance Committee, 29th of November 2023. I wonder if there are any questions.
Councillor Moore, then Councillor Jobson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I've got a question on the resolved item on minute 63, which talks about the minimum revenue provision being made to cover the ECL debt because there'll be no loan repayments this year. When will Council be told of the full liability of the outstanding debt? Thank you.
Would you like to deal with that one first, Councillor Wardle?
Yeah. But I thought there was another question.
There is.
Yeah. Shall I say both? Yeah.
You can, of course. So, Councillor Jobson, would you like to ask your question? Well, you seconded it. That's even easier then, isn't it? So there's only one question, Leader.
Okay, good. Well, as we know, there was a great deal of debate about this, Lord Mayor, and what I can assure Councillor Moore is that the complete information will be given once it's to hand, once we've gone through it. We're still going through it all, and they will get it. Well, all councillors will get it. This is a very important issue to me as well, by the way. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. So, agenda item 6, can I call upon Councillor Knott as Chair of the Planning Committee to introduce the minutes of the meeting held on the 5th of December 2023, which starts on page 23.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I now wish to present the minutes of the Planning Committee, which took place on the 5th of December 2023. With your permission, can I present the minutes of the meeting that happened on the 15th of January 2024, doing them both at the same time, and I invite members if they have any questions.
Any questions on both of those sets of minutes? Councillor Reid.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yes, thank you, Councillor. I've got a question. It's relating to minute 78, where it says the principal project manager said that a flood evacuation plan had been submitted with the application for Haven Banks, and officers continue to work with the Environment Agency over concerns of potential flooding. But the condition says contribution in combination with other developments in the Water Lane area to the delivery of a strategic flood escape route for Water Lane area in a timely manner. So my question is, which is it? Is it a flood plan now? Or do residents have to wait until the whole of Water Lane is developed to be confident in what the flood evacuation plan is? Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I ask Councillor Bialik if he can answer that, please.
No more questions, Councillor Bialik, so if you'd like to respond.
Okay, thank you. Sadly, Councillor Morse is unable to attend. We might have been able to give a bit more detail on that. I know I have had a conversation with the Director Ian Collinson, and so all I can commit to you, Deputy Lord Mayor, is that I'll get you an answer in time on that.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. In that case, I beg to move the minutes.
Thank you, Councillor Knott. Agenda item 8, can I call upon Councillor Asvastan, Chair of Licensing, to present the minutes which were held on the meeting of the 30th of January 2024, which starts on page 45. Please, Marina.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I wish to present the minutes from the Licensing Committee on the 30th of January 2024 and invite any questions from members.
Don't appear to be any questions.
Thank you. I beg to move then. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move on to item 9. So can I please invite Councillor Vizard as Chair of the Customer Focus Scrutiny Committee to introduce the minutes for meeting held on the 30th of November 2023, starting on page 47.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm pleased to move the minutes of the Customer Focus Scrutiny Committee held on the 30th of November 2023. Are there any questions, please?
Questions? Thank you, Councillor Vizard. And so item number 10, once again, Councillor Vizard, as Chair of Customer Focused Scrutiny Committee, please introduce the minutes of the meeting held on the 1st of February 2024, starting on page 55.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Pleased to present the minutes of the Customer Focused Scrutiny held on the 1st of February 2024. Are there any questions?
No questions?
I beg to move.
Thank you. Agenda item 11, I would now like to call upon Councillor Michael Mitchell, who took the chair at the meeting of the Strategic Scrutiny Committee, to introduce the minutes of that meeting, which was held on the 25th January 2024, starting on page 61. Councillor Michael Mitchell.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'd like to formally present the minutes of the Strategic Scrutiny Committee held on the 25th of January 2024. Are there any questions?
Councillor Reid.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yes, I've just got a quick question on page 64, section 2, which is the update or commentary on any major ongoing programme of work. And portfolio holder Councillor Parkhouse responded that the preference was for Exeter to benefit from the off-site biodiversity net gain radiating out to Devon rather than further afield, and she would ask the service lead Net Zero and Business Director to contact planning colleagues to clarify the position. I just wonder if we have an update on that, please.
Thank you. I'll follow up by email.
No further questions? Thank you. Agenda item 12, I would now like to call upon Councillor Vizard, who chaired the meeting of the combined Strategic Scrutiny Committee and Customer Focus Scrutiny Committee, so he can introduce the minutes of that committee held on the 7th of February 2024, starting on page 69.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'd like to present the minutes of the Combined Scrutiny Committee held on the 7th of February 2024. Are there any questions?
Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just ringing for a minute. Okay, beg your pardon, Lord Mayor. I just would like to ask, on a matter of process, minute 5, page 73, do we vote on this here? What happens with this? Please, can somebody explain the process, please?
Lord Mayor, if it's helpful, my understanding, and I have checked this prior to this evening's meeting, because I thought it may come up, that this is a recommendation to executive, so no vote or discussion on that this evening.
I believe we just note it, don't we? We don't vote on it. Anything else on that item? No?
No further questions. I beg to move, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. We'll move on to agenda item 13. So please can I call upon Councillor Williams as Chair of the Exeter Harbour Board to introduce the minutes of the committee held on the 14th of December 2023, starting on page 75. Councillor Ruth Williams, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I present the minutes of the Exeter Harbour Board of the meeting 14th of December 2023. Are there any questions?
Councillor Reid, Deputy Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Williams. It's really a question for Councillor Moore's portfolio of city development, so I'm not sure who would want to handle it. The question relates to minute 66, which is on page 77, which is where the Exeter Port User Group update stated several ways in which the development of Water Lane would need to be carried out in order to ensure the usability of the canal and to safeguard wildlife. And so given Exeter City Council's role in both of these through the statutory responsibilities of the Harbour Board, in a bid to make sure that we have joined up council services, I wanted to check if the portfolio holder for city development is aware of these concerns and is taking them on board regarding the supplementary planning document of Water Lane and the local plan. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Can I suggest to Councillor Reid that you email the portfolio holder and copy me in, and then you will respond to you directly, and then you can put the detail into the email. Is that okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillors. No other questions about this?
I request a move. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now move on to agenda item 14. So can I please call upon Councillor Knott as Chair of the Strata Joint Scrutiny Committee to introduce the minutes of that committee held on the 16th of January 2024, starting on page 83.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I now wish to present the minutes of the Strata Joint Scrutiny Committee, which was on the 16th of January 2024, and invite questions if there are.
Any questions?
No questions. In that case, I beg to move, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Move on to item 15, and I'd like to call upon Councillor Wood, who I believe attended this meeting in Councillor Bialik's stead, to present the minutes of the Strata Joint Executive Committee. The meeting was held on the 30th of January 2024, and the minutes start on page 87.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'd like to move the minutes of the Strata Joint Executive Committee, which met on 30th of January 2024. Are there any questions?
I believe there is one recommendation on minute 18, which we will need to vote. We'll need a proposer in a second.
Apologies. The recommendation is that the business plan be approved by the partner councils.
Second, Lord Mayor.
And before we move to the vote on that item, Councillor Moore, do you have a question elsewhere in the minutes or on that minute?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Previously, the leader committed to raise with Strata an assessment of the climate impacts of its work, and I would like to ask for an update on how that's been incorporated into the business plan as part of its development.
Would anyone else like to speak on this item? No. Councillor Bialik, would you like to respond?
Thank you. Well, the recommendation is to approve the business plan, which has been moved and seconded, which we will do. And as you will see at these meetings, which are can be fairly dull affairs. You know, I'm still learning what a gigabody is. But there is, as you will see, questions from members of the councils under procedural rules. So I will get back to Councillor Moore on this, not to thwart it, but really what we need to do is watch out for the agendas, and that's where your questions should come on all of that. But we'll try to find out where that is. It's not general question time on Strata, Lord Mayor. There is a process for dealing with all of that.
Point of order, Lord Mayor, just so I can check which point of order it is. It's point of order standing item standing order 10 to F. 10F, I'd like to move, please, Lord Mayor. I'd like to reiterate what I said before.
Is that by way of personal explanation?
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Please, Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. We're about to discuss the business plan and recommendation to accept it. Previously, at a scrutiny meeting, this was discussed and the lead committed, because he is the representative of the Strata Executive, to raise this issue about the carbon impact of Strata's work. So my question has the lead been able to do that, and what was the outcome in the business plan, which we are about to vote on? Thank you.
Oh, right. I understand, because I wasn't at that meeting, I attended a funeral which I intend to mention at the start of my report. Whilst numbers, somebody's going to call bingo later on, 431 of the business plan, I understand, deals with this, I've been advised. So there we are. However, I'm going to look at it and make sure you get a proper answer back on all of that.
Okay, let's move to the vote now on the recommendations. So, votes in favour, please show.
That's unanimous, Lord Mayor. That's carried.
Thank you. So we'll now move on to agenda item 16. I will now call on Councillor Bialik as Chair of the Executive to introduce the minutes of 3 executive meetings, the first being held on the 9th of January 2024 at agenda item 16 starting on page 91, except for minute 10, which was considered at the earlier extraordinary meeting of Council. Councillor Bialik.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. If you just allow me a brief moment, because I couldn't see out where else I would get the opportunity, I would like us just to record and note that obviously Councillor Yvonne Atkinson is not with us this evening, Lord Mayor. Her husband Chris, who many of us know, particularly on this side, one or two others, a very interesting life. That we went to his funeral on the day when I couldn't go to the strata meeting. Very interesting life. It was quite moving in parts, and I thought we would want to send our wishes to Yvonne at this time. And this is why she's not here, indeed why she's been absent from a few meetings for an understandable. We wish her well, and we don't want her to come back until she is fully ready to come back, and she obviously will receive the support that she's richly deserves. I just thought I'd like to mention that for sure. So if I can proceed on with the executive minutes, Lord Mayor, number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, and then we go to number 5. This is the first recommendation on citywide net zero, which there are 2 recommendations contained in which I formally move, Lord Mayor.
Do you have a seconder?
Second.
Thank you. Councillor Moore.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I welcome very much in principle this paper to progress work on citywide net zero. Though I have a couple of questions. First of all, given that the funding for Exeter Connect is ending, how is the community group in this government structure going to be supported? And secondly, last year the Met Office launched its latest International Panel on Climate Change report in March last year, and they said without immediate and equitable mitigation and adaptation, climate change increasingly threatens societies and human well-being. And as we talked about earlier, there is rising inequality in the city. So I'm interested to know from the portfolio holder how they will ensure that the commercial objectives, which are stated in the report, of the responsibilities that fall under the Liverpool Exeter Place Board, and that the objectives of the council or the community group will align, and that they will focus on clear community and environmental outcomes and not just financial goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moore. Just to remind everyone, as this is a recommendation, we can have a debate rather than ask questions. Obviously, questions can be part of a debate. Councillor Parkhouse, I believe you wish to go.
Yeah, thank you, Lord Mayor. I want to come in primarily because I was even sicker on this day, so was unable to attend this executive and speak to this really important work that we're doing in the city to address our net zero obligations. I think this is something I'm really proud of. We had, as I mentioned earlier, as a city council, we're doing a lot to look at our own net zero obligations, and we're award-winning in that sense. But now we're looking further afield externally, now that Exeter City Futures is no longer here, that we as a city council are taking on that mantle and looking how we're going to engage with strategic partners across the city, how we're going to engage with communities. And this recommendation this evening will start that ball and properly rolling in terms of getting a paid 2-year role within the City Council to look at external net zero. So I'm sort of in that in-between stage where I don't want to presume, you know, the work of that very important officer that's going to be put in place, but I also want to start putting some of that structure in place, and I'm happy to say that tomorrow I'll be meeting with community groups across the city to discuss Exeter's net zero goals, and I'll be meeting with the Liverpool Place Board directors and those partners to discuss how this is all going to work in reality, and how this is going to work as a partnership towards this really important work that we're doing in the City Council. Thanks.
Thank you. We've got any other speakers? So, Councillor Malik, no comment. So we'll move to the vote. All those in favour, please show. Anyone against? Any abstentions?
Abstention, Lord Mayor. So that just confirmed that was 31 in favour.
Leader.
Item 6, Lord Mayor, update regional governance review. This is a resolved matter of 3 items. Any questions, Lord Mayor?
Councillor Michael Mitchell.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Following on from my observation, which is recorded in the minutes, whilst the Governance Board group is now dissolved, its work not being followed up, how in future will members of this council be able to impact upon any changes to the constitution, whereas the officers have a statutory duty with regard to legislation, etc., to ensure it's a document that meets the full requirements of the law. It also covers how we work as a council. So what forum does the leader suggest is the best way for members to be involved in any update of the constitution?
Lord Mayor, the Constitution is clear on how changes to the Constitution can be made through the monitoring officer, through the executive and/or auditing governance, and it's a matter for the monitoring officer to bring forward, but members ultimately get the last say in any changes to the Constitution.
Thank you, Leader. Would you like to continue?
Yes. Number 8, which is members' training. This is a resolved matter, Lord Mayor. Sorry, 7. This is item 8, Lord Mayor, which is the tenancy policy and strategy review, which I extolled the virtues of earlier on. There's a recommendation that we approve the adoption of the new tenancy strategy, which I formally move, Lord Mayor.
Do you have a second?
Seconded, Lord Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Hannaford.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yes, I very much welcome this change. I have to confess to Council that I was the housing portfolio holder at the time that brought this in, and I didn't really want to do it at the time because I didn't really agree with it. So I'm glad that it's now been revised. I think there are enough safeguards and arrangements if somebody's really abusing the tenancy, and we need to get back to reinforce what I always used to say as the housing portfolio. They are our houses, but they're their people's homes. And you know, we all know as councillors, so many of the people in social housing, they have extended families, grand takes in some grandchildren, children are staying longer with their parents because of the cost of living crisis, they can't get on the property ladder, etc. So building this back in is even more important now than ever. So thank you, Councillor Denning, for righting the mistake that I made a few years ago in putting this in. Thank you.
Councillor Mitchell, did you indicate? No? No, that's fine. No. So we'll move to the vote on that recommendation. All those in favour, please show.
That's unanimous, Lord Mayor. That has been carried.
Okay, Lord Mayor. Item 9, Council Housing Strategy 23-27, and there is one recommendation here that we approve the strategy, Lord Mayor. I shall move.
Thank you. I see no indication of anyone, so move to the vote. All those in favour, please show.
That's unanimous, Lord Mayor. That has been carried.
Leader, please.
I think we've dealt with number 10, Lord Mayor. Is that
Yes,
what
we
we've dealt
have.
with? Number 11, council tax base, Lord Mayor. It's a resolved matter of 3 items. Item 12, housing rents and service charges 24-25. This is a resolved matter. There are 3 items on this resolved matter, Lord Mayor. Item 13, Lord Mayor, approval of Devon District procurement strategy. There is 1 recommendation which I formally move, Lord Mayor.
Seconder. Thank you, Councillor Wright. Anyone wish to contribute? Apart from sneezing. We'll now move to the vote. All those in favour, please show.
That's unanimous, Lord Mayor. That has been carried.
Item 14, Lord Mayor, review of safeguarding policy. This is a resolved item. Item 15, Lord Mayor, review of policy for dealing with unacceptable customer behaviour, and there is 1 recommendation which I formally move, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. I see no one indicating, so let's move to the vote. All those in favour, please show.
Unanimous, Lord Mayor. That has been carried.
Please continue, Leader.
And finally, Lord Mayor, item 16, review of equality and diversity policy. There is 1 recommendation here, that we approve the adoption of the revised equality and diversity policy. I shall move, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Diana Moore. Would you like to speak?
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I very much welcome this policy and the inclusion of the anti-racism statement. So that was something that came out of work of the statute review group. I've asked the executive but haven't had an answer. And I think this is really important for us to consider about how we review the progress on implementing this work. I think it's something that should be reported to council or to scrutiny or somewhere, so that we actually know that this policy and this work is actually making a difference. This is a very live issue within our communities, and we hear rises in cases of racism and all sorts of other problems in our communities. We ought to be really very proactive in how we are assessing the impact of this in our work in the council and in our communities.
Thank you, Councillor Moore. Did anyone else indicate? Councillor Wright?
I'd just like to say I actually agree with Councillor Moore on that. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to, having not said that in the meeting, what the process is, but I'd like it noted that I agree. Thank you.
Leader, any comments?
Well, just to say that I believe this is an internal policy for the staff and everything else, as opposed to we're not doing the own diversity policy for the whole city. However, members should always be mindful, and we should, in all our actions, it should go without saying that we should be following that as a matter of fact. But yes, it's very important, this document, and I know the team have worked very hard and brought it forward. So we would support the recommendation.
So moving to the vote, all those in favour, please show the recommendation.
That's unanimous, Lord Mayor. That has been carried.
Lord Mayor, I'd like to move the minutes of the executive held on the 22nd of January of this year, minute 17. Minute 18, safeguarding policy, there was a recommendation. It was referred back for some clarification which we received, and so I moved that recommendation, Lord Mayor.
A second,
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Anyone wish to speak? No? Let's move to the vote. All those in favour?
It's unanimous, Lord Mayor.
Please
That has been carried.
continue, Leader.
Lord Mayor, item 19, community grant programme proposals for 24-25. There are a series of recommendations going on page 103, going over 9 in total to 104. I formally move at this stage, Lord Mayor.
Any Any contributions? Councillor Rees.
Thank you. Yes, I wanted to recognise I know this was referred to earlier, Councillor Pearce, about the fact that, of course, I welcome the fact that we have been able, with the constraints that we're under, we have been able to keep some of the Wellbeing Exeter programme. And I've been looking at the core model and the enhanced model, and I just wanted to make the point that I remember when we had the briefing, the person delivering the briefing was very clear that the model that they would recommend was that there was that it was a service for the whole city, but for every ward, and that the community builders, there should ideally be one in every ward. And I do see that that is the enhanced model. So I just wanted to raise the fact that can we commit to that is the aspiration, that is what we want. We want to see that in every ward. And I'm uncertain as to how we're going to make sure we get the funding so that that is realised. If that makes sense. I don't know if that's helpful. But I do appreciate that that funds have to go a long way. And so I would really like to see that across all the wards, as was recommended at that briefing, that was best practice. So that's what I wanted to raise. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rees. I've got Councillor Moore and Councillor Pearce. Councillor Moore.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I'm pleased that the programme is going to continue. We have an excellent community builder in St David's, and I'm appreciative of the time the portfolio holder spent with me a couple of weeks ago to go through this report. I do have a number of points for debate which will come out in the form of questions, if that's okay, Lord Mayor, which I feel need to be looked at over the year. In the report it says that good governance recognises the specific accountability of elected members, but also enables the council and the community to decide on priorities together. So my question on those, how is that going to happen? The report also talks about embedding key aspects of Exeter Connect contract into Wellbeing Exeter's future role. Exeter Connect provides a valuable service which is like the next level up from the community, working as groups form to help them move on and grow. And so this is a specialist function. The report suggests that there is an income of £52,000 from the lottery. However, there is expenditure identified of £15,000 on the lottery to 2026. So I'm not clear about why funds are being spent on the lottery, given that it's being sold to us as an income generator. I would also like to know what the review of the community building is set to achieve. And I'm asking this because I am saddened, actually, that over the past 5 years we've not had a deep and real evaluation of the service, which we know has been valuable and was crucial to the community response during COVID. So that is a missed opportunity, and I welcome the portfolio holders' commitment to me when we spoke about understanding why it's important to evaluate what Wellbeing Exeter is doing. So we do need to be hearing not just on reports on governance, which you've had previously in council, but also about the impact of its work, and also reporting specifically on the finances. So we had a specific finance detail in this report, which was good. So we need to see more of that, and we need to make sure that as much of the money gets to the grassroots as possible and not being spent on overheads. And I'm not quite clear from a comment that was made earlier, and I'm really sorry I can't remember which councillor said it, but I'm not quite clear about, I think it was the leader, I do beg your pardon, leader. The leader mentioned about the grants programme, about the request for a grant, and that the grants would go to the executive. So can you confirm that the arrangements it was in relation to the CAB, so can you confirm that the arrangements for grant decision making, so the grant panel, is going to continue, or are there other proposals which are going to change that, which I haven't noticed in this report. Thank you.
Councillor Pearce. Councillor Rees.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just have one further point to make, that is back sitting on the homelessness working group. It does link actually with the point that you just made, Councillor Moore, about having really clear accountability and clear objectives, clear success criteria, and that came up as something really important. Yes, if hopefully people remember that who are also on that working party, but it was in relation to citizens' advice as well, and that we felt there should be a stronger sense of objectives set linked to the funding that we give, so that we're really clear about what we expect and we can measure the success, and then be clear about what we've achieved and make strategic decisions for the future based on that. So I just wanted to raise that from the homelessness working group. We did discuss that as well. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Now I move to Councillor Pearce.
Yeah, thank you, Lord Mayor. I really want everybody to back these recommendations, please, when it comes to the vote, but just in my sort of contribution to the debate, I'll try and address all the points that have been raised. So the Wellbeing Exeter citywide model has been absolutely fantastic. There's so much data to back that up. It's not just the councillor standing up and making an assertion. There's independent experts from the university from all over the country who've done huge pieces of work. People have written their doctorates on it. It's being spoken about all over Europe, and it's going global. What's happened here in Exeter through Wellbeing Exeter, it really is an example of best practice, genuine bit of excellence in Exeter. And we absolutely want to commit to keeping it going forward across all the whole city. But as I said earlier, Devon County Council and the NHS, the two biggest funding partners, just walked away from us, and they just said, no, it doesn't matter, we're not interested anymore, we've got other priorities. So we've not been able to carry it on as a citywide scheme as we're standing here tonight. The review that you attended and some other members did as well, and I thank those who did, spoke about and directed people's attention to a website that's been developed for Wellbeing Exeter, and there's 2 films on that website. One is about 30 minutes, well worth spending your lunch break doing it. The other one's about 10 minutes, well worth spending your coffee break watching it, because it talks about all the great stuff that's been done, all the great stuff that we could do, and that forms the basis of a pitch that we've gone out to other partners that we want to work with. So that's philanthropic givers, that's other big charitable organisations that might want to come into the city. There's even a little bit saying to Teambridge District Council, you're building all that stuff as like a parasitic development in Alphington on the edge of our city with people coming to use our services. Don't you want a community builder as well? So maybe they could come in and they could bolt on, and that could be a cross-district partnership. So all those conversations are taking place. We've gone out and partnered with specialist funding resources and finders, and that's an ongoing piece of work. So right now we haven't got anybody who's on the hook, but we keep throwing that bait out there and we keep trawling it back in, and at some point there will be something on the end of that hook, I'm sure, and there'll be another partner to come with us. So absolutely we want it to be citywide, and if all of a sudden the funding landscape changes in the city and development starts coming back and we get more seal coming in than what we're expecting to over the next couple of years, we can always come back and have a review in 12 months time or 24 months time or whenever that is, to say maybe as a city council we've decided this is our priority, we want to put more than what we've proposed for the next couple of years into the budget. So hopefully that answers that. To go on the priorities and how we work towards your questions, your contributions, Councillor Moore, is that's ongoing. It will remain the same. What we're proposing to carry out now is what was previously consulted on a few years ago. There hasn't been a change in the way that we're proposing to work. In an ideal world, we would have spent the last 12 months consulting on a new programme going forward, but there's only so much bandwidth in the council, and most of it has been taken up with frantically trying to find a way of saving the service when our other partners walked away. So we know we're behind on that, but that's the priority going forward over this next 12 months is that review will take place, and then there'll be all the necessary consultations that we want to make sure that the city backs the vision that we've got and supports it moving forward. So You raised about Exeter Connect. I think you're right to raise that. They've made some really valuable contributions through the term of their contract, particularly around the place-based networks that they've developed and the net zero network that's in its early stages now, so the food network and things. They've been so successful that these networks are going to be self-sustaining going forward. They don't need that 1 or 2 hours a month admin time from Exeter Connect because they've got keen, active people who know the value of bringing those groups together, so they're going to take it on themselves. So it's a massive bonus that they've managed to do that. There are some very specific duties that they've carried out in terms of training and governance and signposting people. Do they need to be a CIC? Do they need to be a charity? Can they be an unincorporated body? That kind of stuff to work out the best way forward for community groups. And there is a need for that to continue in some form in the city. There are other organisations that do that work and could do that work. We're also looking at the tender process hasn't completed, but who's going to be the new operator of Wellbeing Exeter. So that's ongoing, but we're hopeful that in new job descriptions, new focuses for the community builders on the new programme, that there'll be some upskilling potentially. There's an opportunity there for some training, so that could be carried out by some of those community builders potentially, and also trying to harmonise the service, because we've got amazing community builders all over the city, but the offering in St David's is very different to the offering in St Lloyd's, it's very different to the offering in Exeter, so we want to try and harmonise that and make sure that if you go to a community builder, you know exactly what you're getting, because they've all got really in-depth knowledge or sweet spots of where they're really good at working. We want to try and spread that best practice across the whole city. To come on to the lottery, it's absolutely amazing, isn't it? £52,000 are on track to raise for community groups that wasn't going around in the system previously. So thank you all for backing that when it came to this. There is some small costs involved in that. Some of that is administrative time for officers, which it takes to keep the schemes running and make sure that the licenses are in shape and things like that. So it's amazing when it's going to be that money coming forward. I think your last point was around a review of buildings, which is going to go on. This is really, really vital, because we've got a communities team which has some buildings, we've got a estates team that have some buildings, we've got a parks and green spaces team which has got some buildings, we've got a leisure service which has got loads of buildings. We need to make sure that we've got one central register and we know who uses everything. So I don't know, what's an example of a building? St Thomas, I think there's a changing rooms down there that isn't used currently, but is it a community building? Is it a leisure services building? Is it a parks and green spaces building? What could it be? What could it be in the future? Because it's a great community asset, so maybe there's some opportunities for development there. So it's about making sure that we've got, St Thomas was a bad example of realising our hands going up everywhere. So I think that's what we're trying to look at, is to make sure that we know exactly what we've got across the piece and what state everything's in, what life there is in the buildings. So we've got amazing, like the Sylvania Hut, which is in Mincing Lake ward, but it's primarily served the Pennsylvania community, coming towards the end of its life. And we need to be looking at options of how to develop that, and whether it's a reinvestment or a new build or what it's going to be. So that's what that review's primarily focused on, making sure we've got a proper understanding of what we've got, what it's used for, what it could be used for. Is that everything? Grants decision making, yeah, sorry. It's not writing notes, I should have. So yeah, the grants decision making process will continue. There's a community grants panel which is cross-party, which will meet, and that's where decisions will be made. Scrutiny is applied to that by the executive to make sure that grants are being used in an appropriate way. There's no proposed change currently to that position. Yeah, hopefully that covers everybody else. So please back the recommendation of all of you.
Councillor Hannaford.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. There's a point of clarification, I think, on behalf of the other members of St Thomas. We do have changing rooms that are used as changing rooms. The state of it is an issue. Vandalism is an issue, and that has been, as the leader of the council knows, a sort of vague aspiration to turn that into something else at some point, but they are definitely still used as changing rooms.
Leader, would you like to sum up that debate or any comments? No? So we move to the vote then. All those in favour, please show.
29 in favour, Lord Mayor.
Anyone against? Any abstentions? Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. So that has been carried, Lord Mayor.
Thank you.
Lord Mayor, I'd like to move the minutes of the executive, the 6th of February, minute 20, minute 21, minute 22, minute 23. Here, Lord Mayor, there is one recommendation that we note the progress of the programme. I shall move.
Thank you. No contributions, so we'll move to the vote. Those in favour, please show. Those against?
Double check, sorry.
Those in favour, please show again. Hands up nice and high, please.
That's unanimous, Lord Mayor, so that has...
Sure it is.
Not sure it is.
Not sure it is.
I apologise.
Those against?
30.
And abstention.
One abstention and 30 in favour.
Two.
Oh, sorry, I do apologise. Two
I'd like
abstentions.
to move item 24. Is this one we dealt with in the budget, Lord Mayor? 25 dealt with. Keep going. 26, Lord Mayor, Prudential Code, Capital Finance and Local Authorities. There are two recommendations here. I shall move, Lord Mayor.
Second, Lord Mayor.
As indicating, we'll move to the vote. Those in favour?
Sorry? Yeah, well, I did ask the question. You can move quick.
26 and 27.
See, I've got Adrian to vote for something. Item 27.
Yeah, 27's been dealt with as well.
Dealt with.
26 and 27. Yes.
28 as well, Lord Mayor?
No. I don't
28, Lord Mayor, Housing Benefit Modified Scheme. There's one recommendation here which I formally move, Lord Mayor.
And can we just hold fire a second? Mark has a query.
Sorry, yes, what we've done.
Exactly. Yep, so we're on minute 28, I believe, and it's been proposed and seconded. Anyone wish to ask any questions? No, we'll move to the vote. Those in favour, please show.
That's unanimous, Lord Mayor.
Item 29, Lord Mayor, Local Tax Support Scheme 2025. There's one recommendation which I formally move, Lord Mayor.
No one's indicating, so we'll move to the vote. Those in favour?
Unanimous, Lord Mayor, has been carried.
Carry on, leader.
Item 30, Lord Mayor, Council Tax Empty Homes and Second Homes Premiums from 24-25. Four recommendations which I formally move, Lord Mayor.
No one's indicating, so move to the vote. Those in favour? Eager, Councillor Fuller.
That's unanimous, Lord Mayor.
Carry on, leader.
Item 31, Lord Mayor, Gender Pay Gap Report. Here there are three recommendations which I formally move, Lord Mayor.
No one's indicating, let's move to the vote. Those in favour?
That's unanimous, Lord Mayor, so that's also carried.
Item 32, Lord Mayor, Annual Pay Policy Statement 24-25. Here, Lord Mayor, there are four recommendations which I formally move.
No one's indicating, move to the vote. Those in favour?
Five in favour, Lord Mayor.
Those against? Abstentions?
3 abstentions, Lord Mayor, so that has been carried.
Lord Mayor, item 33, review of the Article 4 direction, and there are three recommendations here which I formally move.
Councillor Mitchell?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just like the conversation with the executive, specific to my
Councillor Pearce.
Yeah, thank you, Lord Mayor. I just want to echo really some of the concerns that my ward colleague, Councillor Mitchell, has expressed there, and sort of lament the legislation that we've got to work with here. You know, the Town and Country Planning Act 1995 is a very, as he said, reactive document. I know representations were made by Councillor Mitchell and others to the inspector, the independent inspector who has to approve the area when the maps are drawn. Sadly, they rejected the evidence that was put forward because it didn't meet the bar, because we can't say, oh, we think there's going to be this impact. Well, we know in reality there's going to be this impact in these three areas that are going to be left out of the proposed Article 4 direction. And we'll be back here in 2 or 3 or 4 years' time, and we'll be putting them into the next Article 4 direction area, because those changes are going to happen as the university keeps expanding. Even if it doesn't expand any further than it is now, we've gone from 14,000 students in 2010 to 39,000 students now. There's been an awful lot of development in the city during that same period, but 25,000 bed spaces have not been created. So there's always going to be pressures on our housing stock here in the city just to accommodate those people without anybody else who wants to grow up and leave home or move into the city for any other reasons, which loads of people do, because, as we heard right from the leader earlier on, it's a thriving city. There's so much good stuff going on here. We've had so many great investments made over the years that people want to come here, because it's a cracking part of the world. You know, I'm an immigrant to this area. I love it. You know, I've been here 25 years now. I won't live anywhere else. Absolutely first-rate city. But it does mean that we've got huge pressures. So I think it is really worth us noting that it doesn't, this is legislation that's fit for purpose, and that we will have to come back and probably review this and expand it to areas which will sadly be affected by the expansion of the university over the next few years. Just thought it was worth noting. But please back to the recommendations.
Thank you. Councillor Bialik, would you like to respond?
Yes, Lord Mayor. As we know, this is only a confirming of the audit process. And the good news for Councillor Mitchell and one or two others, in 12 months' time, it will come before us again. So, you'll be able to say all that all over again. Because this is the legal process that we have to go through. And what we've got to be minded is that evidence was put together to explore options for a revised Article 4. The options, including the preferred option, was subject to a full public consultation. So we may, as individual councillors, have a particular thought. But, you know, consultation, which I'm being told we ought to do, and we have done, led us somewhere else. In November, we decided this, discussed the recommendations to make the Article 4 direction. We went through all of it then, and the process for making the article direction complete and now confirming it is covered by the current report that went to Executive. There's a notification. So given that the evidence in the consultation supported the Article 4 option, which is currently being progressed by the Council, has already made the version of the revised Article 4. So there would need to be clarity over the rationale for a change in the direction. So the revised Article 4 direction would be made. This would need a Council decision. The 12-month clock will tick before a revised Article 4 coming into effect, and we would have to restart it. And I know we're all on about consultation restart, aren't we? And we'd have to restart it, and it would mean a further delay to bring the Article 4 in. And we've asked the people, and they've gone back several times of planning, and I believe that we've done everything we can at this time. So, Lord Mayor, I fully accept, but in answer to the question, wherever this be reviewed, Planning Member Working Group, from when I sat on, they used to get a report once every year, members comment. Now, clearly, if some policy decision comes out of that by Executive, we always look at it, but I know it's only a consultation, but that is where any feedback and report back comes. And I'd like to think we would always listen to things. So I'm asking members to confirm the Article 4 as a promise we made to people in that area. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Leader. Let's move to the vote. All those in favour of the recommendation, please show.
Looks unanimous.
Lord Mayor, item 34, that was a minute. 35, Lord Mayor. we need to be careful. If it goes into any detail, we would have to go into part 2. But the motion, the recommendation is that we agree to apply to join the South West audit. I shall move, Lord Mayor.
Seconder? Thank you. Don't see anyone indicating, so no need to go to part 2, so we'll move to the vote. Those in favour, please show.
That's unanimous, Lord Mayor. That has been carried.
Excellent. I think that gives you the end of your executive meeting minutes, I believe. So therefore, if we now, I'm going to have a very brief comfort break for 2 minutes before we move to agenda item 22 to allow the members of the senior management officers to leave or any staff. Thank you. So we're now reconvening the meeting. So we're on agenda item 22, which relates to questions from members in accordance with Standing Order 8. And we have received one question from Councillor Reeves. Would you like to ask your question?
In the spirit of collaboration, other local authorities such as East Devon have a cross-party committee looking at planning policy development, distinct from scrutiny. South Oxfordshire, the Vale and Whitehorse even have a joint committee developing policy. Here in Exeter, the planning member working group doesn't perform this function. Now that the draft local plan is nearing its final stages, how will that local plan be finalised on a cross-party basis by councillors?
Councillor Bialik.
Thank you for that question. Two points really. The first one is the role of the planning member working group. It's clear in the constitution. You've quoted a number of councils that do it. I'll be here all night if I quote all the councils that don't. So what I will say to you is, in relation to the final plan, I have spoken to the leader of your group previously when she asked the question, which I totally agreed with, that once we've done the consultation, there will be an opportunity for councillors, because I know that we can respond, Lord Mayor, through the portal and everything else, but councillors are elected members of their communities. They have a right to be able to have a collective voice or put those things together in a collective way. It won't be quite a briefing, but we're going to organise a meeting. I've spoken to the Chief Executive and it's going to be planned at the appropriate time, which will give us all the opportunity to go. So I hope that satisfies the Council that it is our intention and we were always going to do it. Your leader has spoken to me about it and I said, it's a good idea. How about that? It's getting towards the end of the night, isn't it? It's a good idea and we will do it. So we'll have to wait for the process to go through, Councillor.
Councillor Rees, do you have a supplementary based on that response?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So thank you, members. That brings us on to agenda item 23 on the agenda, which relates to the report on the Senior Leadership Review. I invite the leader to present the report.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. There is an additional, there's 2 recommendations. There is an additional one. I don't know if we've got some additional ones there so I can hand out. 2.3 will read, the Senior Management Restructure consultation will be in progress during the scheduled City Council and Police and Crime Commissioner elections in May 2024. To ensure the appropriate leadership focus is given to the administration of the elections, members are asked to agree that the Chief Executive is designated as the Council Returning Officer and Electoral Registration Officer with immediate effect, and that Democratic Service Manager amends the Constitution accordingly. So, with that in mind, Lord Mayor, I move the 3 recommendations.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. No contributions at this time, so I'll move to the vote. Those in favour, please show.
That's unanimous, Lord Mayor. That has been carried as amended.
Thank you. So we will now move into part 2 of the meeting, which was reserved earlier.
I was just need to just formally vote to move on to part 2.
Seconder? All those in favour of moving to part 2?
That's unanimous, Lord Mayor. Excellent. We have moved into part two, so I would ask press and public to end recording and please